I don't know if we're live here. Hopefully we're live. Well, we're definitely live, but I guess the better question is, hopefully it's running fine. Oh, come on. Okay, there we go. There we go. Yeah, I am. Okay, awesome. Thank you for that. Muchait Sinan Tekken. Sorry if I pronounced any part of your name wrong. I might just refer to you as Tekken from now on if that's all right going forward. But how's it going? Thanks for clarifying that. Sultry Drake, what's cracking? How you doing? Hope you're well. Let's see here. Some asshole flooded the auction house with class tools from engineering under cost price. What the fuck is up with these people? Yeah, I don't know. That's crazy. Maybe people are farming the materials and so they're able to craft it for cheaper. Maybe they are just moving stuff between servers. So, like, you know, buying stuff on one server for super cheap, taking it to others, and selling it for anything higher than what they bought it for, and they're happy with that. Or they're just dumb. Could be that too. Puma, what's going on, my friend? How are you? Hope you're well. You're keeping in Excel tracking. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, that's maybe the server swap, or like it literally could just be too that like people are just stupid. Is Is chat too big on this screen, maybe? I'll try for that for now. Tekken, that's okay. Cool. Awesome. Glad to hear it. Thanks. So hopefully everyone's doing well today. We have had some gnarly mount sales within the past few days. I posted some screenshots into Discord. So I had a bunch of mount sales back to back. I don't know if somebody was just kind of going through and just cleaning out mounts or what, but got a ton of sales, which we love to see. And then that resulted in this, well, part of that resulted in this mailbox here, which is 100 mails, 1.1 mil gold. So that's pretty awesome. We love to see it. Last time I did my mailbox opening, we got up to it says 7.9, which is I'm kind of salty about. We actually got up to like 8.1 mil, so less than 2 mil away from gold cap, but we've since obviously spent a good amount. I've been spending a lot of gold just mount restocking basically. And I think it's worth, or I should clarify that with these mounts in particular, like, you know, most of this gold on each of these sales is not profit. It's just making my money back. But like the depleted Pyron rocket, I probably made like 8K off of that. The Panther is probably like 1.5 to 2K off of, and then the jeweled Onyx Panther, probably like similar amount to the other Panthers actually. And then Mechano Hog is probably like 5 to 6K profit. So some decent, I mean, it's just easy profit, right? Like it takes me just a few minutes to go through the process of getting these crafted because I'm just buying the mats off the auction house, except for like the main crafting material, the most expensive part, which is just from a vendor in Vale of Eternal Blossoms. So it takes me just a couple minutes to go through and actually get all of this stuff crafted. And then, Zunk! Oh, Puma with the Prime sub. Thank you so much for that, man. I appreciate you. It's very kind of you. How did you manage to work out the integrated chat overlay? That's bad. So, yeah, it's actually, it was really easy. There's a bot called Botrix, Botrix, and you can integrate it with Twitch and YouTube, and you can actually, there's like 5 different streaming platforms you can integrate it with. Like Kick is one, and then I think a couple other that I haven't heard of. But all you have to do is if you integrate it with those, and then you use that bot's built-in chat widget, it'll do it for you. Botrix. And yeah, thank you again for the Prime sub. That's really nice of you. I really appreciate that. Are you gonna be doing some streaming, or have you been streaming? Me, I didn't know that, but do you stream? Or are you gonna start? So I've been continuing with the soul farm. I actually need to open souls. I was kind of waiting. To what's it called? Stream before I made or went through and opened these souls, just in case we get lucky, get some cool soul opening, or some good luck from opening the souls. It'd be cool to do that on stream. So I think I might actually go ahead and do that right now, just because I have quite a few souls gathered up again. If you guys watched the last stream, and I think even the one before that, you'll remember that I've been kind of going crazy with farming these souls, and that's mainly just because the pets are crazy worth it. So definitely want to keep going at it for that. No, I don't stream. You make vids. Oh, okay, cool. Your internet is crap. Gotcha. Okay. That's cool. Do you make videos on like WoW stuff, or what do you make videos about? We're gonna get any Tide Spirits. Actually, like Tide Spirit is the one pet that I don't think I really need, because I think I still have 2 of them. So no Tide Spirits, kind of unfortunate, but it's all right. So we've got 66 Airy Souls on this character and 38 Frosty. So pretty soon here we'll have, we'll be able to do a lot of toy crafting. So that'll be nice. By the way, also I did recently, last night I posted my most recent video on YouTube, and it just goes through it's like a breakdown of my TSM profiles. So if you're interested in how my TSM profiles work, you can check out that video. And then also, there's access to my TSM profiles in Discord. Text Lady, good morning. How are you? Hopefully you're having a good weekend so far. What pets do you craft? So there aren't many pets that I craft. There's a couple that I craft out of jewel crafting and engineering. So in jewel crafting, actually to clarify, even the jewel crafting ones I don't really do, just because they're kind of a bitch to farm. But you could do these pets in jewel crafting. The main reason I don't do them is they just don't sell for much on my server, and farming them is kind of a pain in the ass because you have to farm treasures to get these gem clusters of each color. But you could farm up or craft these pets if you wanted to. And then other options is there's Quacky. So Quacky is a engineering pet that you use. You need like 1,000 Dragon Isles resources, and you buy a Quacky modulator thing from the Dragon Scale Expedition vendor here. So you buy the Quacky modulator thing for, again, it's like 1,000 Dragon Isles resources, and then you can just submit crafting orders to your engineer to actually craft it. Because like my engineer doesn't have any more Dragon Isles resources, but like this character has like a shit ton. So I have enough to craft like 16 Quackies just from this character. So if I wanted to, I would just go to the Dragon Scale Expedition vendor. I could buy 16 of the modulators, submit crafting orders to my demon hunter. And then just kind of keep in mind with these pets, what you have to do is you have to actually learn the pet. So like learn it to your character, which seems counterintuitive because you're wanting to sell it, but I promise you learn the pet, and then you come into your pet journal and you click put in cage. And once you put it in a cage, then you'll actually be able to sell the pet on the auction house. Jeffrey, what's going on? How you doing, my friend? Hope you're well. Hope you're having a good weekend. You sell 1 to 2 Quacky per day. What's the rate on my server on US? So I'm on like the highest pop server in US, and so like Quackies sell pretty well. But there's also like just so much competition with it. It kind of depends. Like sometimes I've had really good luck with Quacky and sold a couple in a day. But I actually don't think I've sold a Quacky for a minute, but we could look. Yeah, so I sold 4 in a row basically 5 days ago, and then before that I sold 3 in a row. So like I said, and sometimes it's the sell rate can be good and you can sell multiple in a day, and then sometimes I go several days without getting a sale. Excuse me. I've definitely noticed past week or so sale rates have been at least in the commodity game remarkably lower. Like I've had quite a few chilled runes on my character, and usually you can kind of just blow through chilled runes and offload them really quick. But chilled runes have been taking kind of forever for me to sell through, so I converted them all into ruined wraithbark to hopefully have some better luck with that. I did that this morning. So I haven't had too many ruined wraithbark sales so far yet today, but I mean, I did it a couple hours ago and it's like 10:30 a.m. So it's really not the prime time on NA servers right now. But hopefully the ruined wraithbark will start flowing. We would love to see that. But even like I kind of haven't crafted ink in a minute too. Like it's been several days since I last crafted ink, and I'm just kind of waiting on that too, because I mean, obviously, like I still have 22,000 burnished ink, and I'm just not going to sell, or I'm not going to start crafting more ink until I kind of sell through a good chunk of what I got now. So I think that just also kind of goes to show that sell rates have been kind of shit here recently. All right. Ka-chow. What's going on? Hello. Okay. So, sultry at that rate, it would seem one would barely make profit. Yeah, absolutely. So that's kind of the thing, right? Is like, Like if you look at specifically the quackies, the profit is certainly not great, and this and the sell rate is obviously super low as well. But it's another item like it's like easy for me to keep stocked and easy for me to keep selling, and so like to me there's just no point in not selling them and consistently having it listed on the auction house, just because like I'm already posting a whole bunch of other shit onto the auction house consistently. So for me it's like what's one more item. All right, let's see if we can get a dust spirit. I did sell the dust spirit the other day, so if anybody tuned in on Saturday, I think it was Saturday. Shit, I don't know. What's today? Today's Saturday. Yeah, I don't fucking know the last day I streamed. It was this past week. But I opened some souls, or maybe it was last weekend. I don't know. Anyways, I got a dust spirit, and it was I initially was like, yeah, it's worth 89K. I did sell it, but it only sold for 59K, which I'm not complaining. It's pure profit. But the extra 20K certainly would have been nice. Puddles at Cuddles, what's going on? How you doing, my friend? No pets, motherfucker. Some bullshit. Poppins Marie, how you doing? Welcome in. Hope you're having a great day so far. I know there's quite a few people that watch that are in EU and Australia, so it might be like nighttime for a lot of you folks. But for me, it's 10:30 in the morning right now, Saturday morning, just getting started. You know how it is. Hope everyone's having a great weekend. We're just continuing the gold grind. We could look at Elemental Harmony. And actually, one thing I do also want to look at is gems. We didn't end up doing a gem restock the other night. And I haven't actually done a gem restock in a little bit now. And it's the weekend, so I would like to stock up on some gems. And also, I still haven't gotten the opportunity to test if that per character option on that craftsim crafting menu will fix the issues that I've had. But like I've said, I think it's going to. So we can go through and do a gem restock. We can take a look at Elemental Harmony, see if any of those are going to be sellable right now. But I'm kind of nervous to do any sort of... Oh, look, we got a pet. Fuck yeah. Let's go ahead and learn that. The first few times I opened souls, I got so many pets. The first time I went through and opened souls, I had like the amount of souls that I'm opening right now. And I literally got like 4 or 5 pets out of it the first time around. And now it's like pretty consistent. Like I'm only getting 1. Better than nothing, I suppose, but all right. $16.30 where you're at. So that's what, 4:30 in the afternoon. And I feel like I remember you saying you were from like Sweden or like the Netherlands or something, Jeffrey, or maybe Finland, or I don't know. All right, last chance for a solid pet. I would like to have another Gale Spirit, but let's first find one to kill. All right. Let's see here. Please give me a Gale Spirit. That's all I ask. Come on. Hey! Yes. All right, so 2 pets. And we don't have any of these pets currently on Auction House so far, or as of yet. So that's good news. That's some additional items that we can immediately get listed. So we'll learn that. And then I don't know why, if it's just me, but sometimes my accounts like bug out, and so I have to log out of both characters for me to be able to put pets in cages. Because if I'm logged in on both characters, then I can't put pets in cages. So now that this is logged out, just get to the character menu. Now I can log in here, and I should be able to put my pets in the cages. That's the goal, at least. So I got some feedback that sometimes the stream in the past would go kind of like grainy and whatnot. So I upped my bit rate, and so I'm curious. I'd like to get some feedback if anybody has noticed graininess before. I'm just curious about the quality now, if there's any issues with graininess or blurriness or whatnot. What am I doing? Spirit. There we go. Put in cage. Put in cage. All right. So the Gale Spirit or Blaze Spirit is 50k currently, and Gale Spirit looks like 70-ish k currently. Yeah. Okay. Great. Love to see it. What bit rate are you running now and before? So I put it to 6,000, and before it was just like the default T or OBS settings, and so I think it was like 2,500. And then Soldier said it's quite bad anyway because of 720p 720p. Okay. Yeah, I don't even know how you would like switch it to a higher quality, like 1080. I have no clue. Yes, I am using OBS. Jeffrey, French and Swedish, living in Sweden. Oh, okay, right on. That's what I thought. Yeah, Sultry or Puma, if either of you have any... I mean, again, I don't know how to get to 1080 on Twitch. I don't know what it is on the tubes. I guess it's probably similar output. It's pretty good, way better than before. Okay, cool. Yeah, that sucks. I didn't realize that I was having like quality issues before, or that it would just like go blurry or whatever the fuck. That kind of sucks. Oh, okay. We got a decent ruined writhe bark sale here. And we still have another depleted Kypyram rocket, but we still have 2 of these. And I wonder, I literally did a restock on jewel crafting panthers and whatnot last night. And I'm like, oh no, I didn't. I didn't do that because living steel was really expensive. So I actually want to look and see if the price of living steel has gone down. So what I did is I started tracking the price of living steel on my main character here. So it's still higher than last night when I was looking to restock. It was $4.98, but then I like remembered that there was a riddle of steel for alchemy, and I can't remember. I think it used spirits of harmony and trillium bars to craft living steel. And I'm wondering if that would be better off than actually crafting living steel. Or than buying, like if it would be cheaper for me to even buy the materials off the auction house and craft living steel out of that than just buying living steel off the auction house. YouTube is 720p. Okay, cool. Thanks, Puma. I appreciate you. The next most important parameters are rate control and bitrate. Make sure the rate control is set to CBR. As for bitrate, the optimal value depends on your upload speed. If you want to stream in 1080 FPS, set the bitrate for lower resolutions. Okay, the rate control is set to CBR. Let me see if I can find that setting. Yeah, I don't see that setting, unfortunately. Settings, video. So I have my settings in video set to that, but I think that video setting is specifically if I was like recording on Twitch, like for YouTube. I think this is what that setting would cover. I think output is the important part. Maybe I need to like adjust my output mode. Oh, output scaled resolution 1280 by 720. Is that maybe what it is? Maybe I need to update that. What do you mean I'm downscaling it? Sorry, dude. I'm trying to follow what you're saying, but I'm new to this stuff. So is it this section right here? Output scaled resolution. I need to put that to 1080 or 1920 by 1080. Okay, gotcha. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you for that. So I unfortunately cannot do that while I'm live, it looks like. So turn off any outputs, or can I like turn off all my video outputs, just like make my screen go dark for a second, switch it. Let's see, just going dark here for a second. Let's see if it lets me adjust the setting. No. Damn. It looks like you're recording 1080 and converting to 720p for streaming. Gotcha. Okay. That might be even more processing for the video. What's your graphics? I think it's a 2080. You saw what the giveaway overlay? Is that? Yeah, I know. I don't know what you're talking about, Puma. Yeah, I think I got an NVIDIA 2080 or something like that, and I recently upgraded my RAM. So I don't know. I think I would be fine streaming in 1080 quality. I don't know why that setting isn't set for that. Like why they just default it to the worst setting is beyond me. Not the worst. It's quite old. Yeah, it is for sure. Maybe one day we'll be able to upgrade. All right. I got a 4080 and tried streaming Dota, and it didn't work for you with a 4080. Oh, gotcha. So I see. So because you should have had 360 FPS. So that's the, I think that's the modern world problems exactly. So I honestly, I have never like looked at, like, as long as a game is like at least probably 60 frames per second, that's all I need. Anything over that, I think, like, for me personally, I just like am not able to distinguish a difference. So that would be kind of like the important thing for me is like if I can stream and still have like 60 frames per second, then we're probably chilling. We'll stick with that. Okay, so my rogue has Alchemy, and so I'm kind of intrigued or interested in working on getting his Alchemy leveled up. Because I think what I would like to do is eventually refarm out the Vial of the Sands recipe, which sounds awful. But I think it would be worth it. And I also want to be able to craft Riddle of Steel, because I do a lot of the mining. Like I level characters by mining ghost iron ore. So if I just, instead of selling that ghost iron ore for like 17k gold, which isn't a lot of gold, if I just converted that ore into bars, and then all I had to do was buy the whatever it's called, Spirits of Harmony, that would be the only thing I'd have to buy to be able to do the Riddle of Steel cooldowns. I think that's where we want to go. So I think that's what we're going to work on. So that's Mist of Pandaria Alchemy, right? For the Riddle of Steel transmute. Why did I just disappear? But maybe it'd be worth checking elemental harmonies real quick. Price on those has dropped a lot. Price override. Okay, so we don't have any price override. Oh, look at that. Obviously. So let's see if we were to craft our own primal convergence. What we'd be looking at for that. I just don't like the look of that. So we're not going to do it. Let me explain why. So craftsim is telling me that this is a profitable craft right now, but it's because we're gonna be getting expected rank 2 quality, and so it's assuming that we're going to be able to sell the primal convergence for 338 gold each. Nobody's going to buy rank 2 primal convergence for 330. Well, I'm sure some idiots do, but why buy the expensive rank 2 when you can buy the cheaper rank 3? So nobody's going to buy it for that much. So we could shave 70, 60, 70 gold off of that to bring it down to the price of rank 3 primal convergence, and that math just doesn't compute in my head. It would have to be like probably like 100 gold profit per craft in order for it to be worth it for me to then be able to convert it into elemental harmonies. Sorry, Puma. Links don't work for whatever reason. I don't know why. Or I do know why. It just doesn't. Nightbot doesn't like them. But what was that? All I'm looking at is the link title, and it's clips.tv, twitch.tv/beautiful gluten-free oyster humble life. What the fuck are you trying to show me, Puma? Weirdo. I'll pull it up on a separate screen just to be safe. Oh, okay. It was that, yeah. This was the clip. For just a split second on the top left, that overlay came on about a giveaway. But then it disappeared. Ka-chow. It was my first Twitch clip of... out of here. Of you numpty. Yeah, numpty. What the? Numpty? Is numpty like a term Australians use? Morn Pretorius. At semicolon, love your guides. How do you deal with auction house bots? Number one, thank you for the compliment. I really appreciate that. If you have any questions about gold making or anything, please feel free to ask. I am happy to answer any questions. For the question on how I deal with bots, I mean, there's there's nothing you can do, right? Like, you just kind of have to deal with it. That's not a great answer, but it's honest. But like, the bots are going to be there regardless. So, I just do what I can to sell auctions and sell more auctions than them. But like, I mean, that again, I guess that's not the best answer, but there's nothing you can do about it. So you're just gonna have to compete with it and put up with it, I suppose. Do you know what's up with those stones from Skura? These? Sultry, is that what you were referring to? So these were... Yeah, so there were some ring. There was a ring back when that content was current content. There was a ring where basically those primordial stones would buff your character, but they're not really relevant anymore. They're not as good because they're old content. But yeah, basically you'd get those primordial stones. You could put them into that ring. Your ring could have up to 3 primordial stones in it. And then you would use these dormant primordial fragments along with silken gem dust, I believe. And you would need a jewel crafter, and they would be able to upgrade the primordial stones to increase the item level of the ring, and obviously increase the power of the effects of those primordial stones as well. Yeah, honestly, you could just sell them now. Like the ring, for example, you could. So actually, I think you can use these primordial fragments, these stones, to buy the rings. Like if you had, I think it's like 10 of these fragments to buy one single like replacement ring from the vendor in that zone. So I know some people were like using these to buy the rings and then disenchant them for like the crystal. But otherwise, you could just sell like vendor it. Palpatine Nips, what's cracking, my dude? Hope you're doing well. Good morning. Doing some cleaning this morning, but going to passively hang out here. Hope you're doing well. I sure am. Thank you. Hope you are having a great weekend so far. I went out to breakfast with my wife and a friend this morning, did some grocery shopping, and now we're just chilling. I want to start working on Alchemy for this character, but I need to confirm because I want to be able to do Living Steel cooldowns, and I think that's Miss Pandaria, but I just need to double check. Well, what I actually want to do is Riddle of Steel for the most part, because to do Riddle of Steel, you use 3 trillion bars and 3 Spirits of Harmony. And you can craft 1 trillion bars with ghost iron bars. So I can basically, with all the farming I do for leveling alts, I can just take that ghost iron ore, convert it into 1 trillion bars, and then I can just buy, what's it called? Spirits of Harmony, and then just have the crafting cost or the purchase price of Spirits of Harmony for the cost of the Living Steel. So it'll be a lot cheaper to craft the mounts, basically, is the idea. Because on my Discord, I posted all these mount sales, and a lot of these mounts, actually all of these mounts except for the Mechano Hog, use Living Steel. And so if I can reduce my cost of Living Steel, then the profit on these mounts will just increase a ton, because that's like the main cost of these mount crafts, other than obviously the base item, but you can't do anything about the cost of that. So all right, so I'm kind of confused because this is telling me Riddle of Steel just says Alchemy 75, but I don't know if that's true. Well, why don't I just search it here? Pandaria Alchemy, Riddle of Steel. There we go. Dumbass. Some people put them in. Oh, that's a good call, Palpatine Nips. I actually hadn't even thought of that. So yeah, you certainly could use those stones for speed sets if that's something that you were interested in doing, Sultry. You also have some friends coming up from Texas to spend several days with you and the wife. So getting ready for their arrival. That's fun. What state are you in, Palpatine? Zen Pal, Living Steel is bot. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Gotta fly over to Mop Zone and get that all learned up now. And then also gonna have to eventually do archaeology, which I'm not looking forward to. More, and I really struggle making gold with alchemy. So I'd be curious to get an idea of kind of what you're doing more, because I mean I will agree that alchemy is a really tough profession to make gold in right now, dragonflight wise, unless you basically have all of the knowledge points you need and to craft all the flasks and potions. Otherwise, it's a pretty tough profession to get into right now. But I'm working on some old world alchemy stuff, and so like the the alchemy crafts themselves aren't going to be the things that I'm really selling for profit, but the alchemy crafts will then be crafted into other items that I'll sell for profit. Quick ad here. Sorry, guys. Zad and R. Man, people are really out here nuking the price of everything. Inks, rousings, all have drastically dropped. Tragic. Can't understand why people undercut by multiple gold. Yeah, it's especially this past week. It's been a rough week. I tried resetting the price of Flourishing Ink the other day. I spent like $100K to reset the price, and within like 10 minutes, people brought the price right back down to what I reset it at. So it kind of stung, just from the fact that I dropped the 100K to, it was actually a little more than 100K to reset it. But also just that, you know, again, people are bringing the price down so quickly. But part of the issue right now too is we're in like a super lull time of Dragonflight and also this patch. Dragonflight is in a lull. Dragonflight's gonna be the game's gonna be in a lull until the new expansion comes out. But then that lull is even further exacerbated by us being towards the end of the current patch. So once season 4 launches, things should be good for a while, like you know, gold making wise. But then it's just gonna kind of go down again and be a lull until the new expansion. And that's just because like there's just not enough people like out there buying shit, I guess now is the way to put it. But yeah, it sucks. It's not fun. But that's why right now I'm kind of trying to diversify what I'm doing. Or let me rephrase that. Not diversify what I'm doing, but that's why I'm trying to like work on doing some other things. Like that's why I'm doing like getting this character set up with Alchemy and working on leveling up Alchemy, so that when things are kind of popping off on servers, I'm ready for it and I can you know, just kind of be constantly crafting, posting shit, and in the downtime, like right now, just getting kind of further prepped. All right, where's the alchemy trainer? Oh, are you fucking kidding me? They said, oh, Oklahoma. Okay, right on. Nice. I'm in Ohio. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I asked. Texas. You mentioned Texas. I have some ties to Texas. The next patch, they said, is in March. Yeah, that's what I heard too, but they still haven't announced anything, like you said, so it's really strange. I don't know. To be totally honest, I'm not super familiar with like Blizzard's history on like how long before a patch comes out do they typically announce it. Because maybe it is like it's only like they announce it like a week or two before they actually roll it out, in which case it would make sense that there's still potential that it rolls out in March. But if they usually do like at least a month or a month and a half beforehand, then I feel like we are not going to see that expansion or that patch in March. So yeah, I don't know. Kind of we'll see, I suppose. Am I gonna have to come to this fucker for every single time I want to learn something in Pandaria Alchemy? All my retail friends haven't played in months. They've all been playing SOD. Yeah, for sure. I know a lot of people have been playing SOD just for a break. Would try transmute Malk if you want to help out with extra mats when making this deal. Yeah, Zimpa, that's exactly the plan. So I'm gonna go transmute master in Alchemy, so that so I know actually that now that I say that, I think I'll have to level up base classic Alchemy to 300 in order to get transmute master. I'm not 100% sure, but I think so. So we'll have to do that, and then also level up this one, obviously. But then I'll have the recipe for living steel and riddle of steel. So that'll be nice to have. And then I don't know if it'll ever be worth transmuting these gems into the specific colors I'd need. But anyways, we got some leveling to do. It's just this thing that kind of sucks is, am I going to have to come back to this vendor every single time to train? Because I really don't want to have to. Alchemy, Pandaria. I guess it seems like it's pretty easy. Oh, oh, I see. So I don't have to come back to this guy. I just like work and learn new shit. Sorry, Morin, you said your alchemy is on an alt and you don't have all the points. Yeah, so if that's the situation that you're in, then it's going to be really hard
what the hell
to.
Are you on? Have you been smoking some funny cigarettes or something?
Foxy Roxley, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you for that. If you have any questions about gold making or anything else, please feel free to ask. Happy to help out. Yeah, Morin, it's if you're trying to break into Dragonflight Alchemy, honestly, I hate saying this, but I really would say it's probably not worth your time, just because before you're going to really get to a point where you're making money. Well, so number one, I think Alchemy already is like a super competitive market. Lots of people are in it. And just my experience, it's just never really been worth. Now you could, if you wanted to, you could go into Alchemy, but like specifically only go into transmutation right here and just do like the Dracothis transmute on a weekly basis. And you could potentially go into chemical synthesis if you wanted to do primal convergence as well. So those are a couple options within Alchemy, but as far as potion mastery and file mastery, I'm not going to touch those for Dragonflight, and I probably would recommend anybody else to probably not put their time into trying to get potion and file mastery leveled up. Operating on a razor thin margins as it is. Hopefully season 4 brings some life. Couldn't agree more. Zad and R. I think it will. In certain markets, like, you know, if you're in markets that are correlated to like rating and Mythic Plus, then you're absolutely going to have some pickup and be able to make some profit in season 4. Like gems, I know are going to be pretty crazy in season 4. I mean, I would imagine so, just because gems are crazy at the anytime new content comes out. Missives should go up. Really, I think like a lot of stuff really should, like the sell rates on things should go up, and prices should go up once season 4 drops on most commodities. So I think we should be in good shape in that regard. Any items I'm stockpiling for War Within? So no, really the only thing I'm doing, well, so I haven't even started stockpiling for War Within. And I probably won't for a while. But really, like, actually, you know what? I take that back. I probably have started stockpiling for War Within, but that's like not intentionally. I don't know if any of you have seen my character, Maxos. He has a guild bank full of some of my Love is in the Air stuff. But then I do have a lot of engineering toys in that guild bank as well. So that's kind of a stockpile that I'm going to be contributing to again, because I have more, engineering souls to craft into toys. So I'm sure that stockpile is going to last into War Within. But really right now, the only thing that I think I will be looking at stockpiling is going to be pets and toys from Dragonflight that are cheap during Dragonflight. So for example, one of those, and the drop rate's super low. It's just really unpredictable. So these pets, at least I haven't looked in a while, but when I last looked, they were really cheap. Let me just delete that. Oh, I was on quest items. That makes sense. Yeah, so these are super cheap. So one thing I might look at doing is buying these pets, because I think that it's possible once War Within is out, then these pet prices might go up, because who's gonna, like, the thing you have to think about is who's gonna actually go do this. Like, you know, once War Within is out, Dragonflight will be old content. So who's gonna come out and do this old content stuff for these different items? And like for myself personally, I don't think many people are gonna go out farming these glimmering clusters, because it's a pain in the ass. So I might buy some of these just with the intention of getting set up for the next expansion. So we should see. Palpatine Nips does the first redemption, my friend. Semi Nips. All right. I love it. Hopefully the name's not taken. You know what's funny? I actually used to have a druid. I wonder if he's still... I don't think he is, but his name was I Have 6 Nips. Because it was a druid, and I was in cat form. And I was a woman, and so I had nipples. But I think all cats technically have nipples. All right, Semi Nips. Semi Nips. Yeah. All right, so there it is. Thank you for that redemption. I was you know, this character is almost level 40, and I was going to need another one to start leveling up. So there we go. There we have it. Semi Nips. You will always be remembered now, Palpatine Nips. Foxy Roxley, I've been enjoying your YouTube. I'm surprised they caught you live. Yeah, I'm happy to hear you've been enjoying my YouTube. I'm happy you were able to catch me live too. I try to stream on the weekends, really. I'm an NA, so kind of random times throughout the day, and then during the weekdays in the evening, try to stream a couple nights a week. So also fairly new to streaming, so trying to like work it into my schedule and make sure I don't neglect other aspects of my life. All right, sorry, I've fallen quite behind here on the YouTube side. Recently started a fresh character with jewel crafting. Hopefully bust out some gems as well. I believe next week is patch, but season 4 won't be out until later, possibly end of March, but usually they give 4 to 6 weeks. Gotcha. Okay. David, what's going on? I'm all good for the transmuting side. I got it leveled like you, but I have trouble with work orders. Always want me to give the glow spores, which I don't have time to farm. Any advice? So yeah, David, if you're doing work orders, honestly, your best bet's probably just going to be trying to find customers through chat, as opposed to just filling random work orders. Because if you're just fulfilling random work orders, you're going to be running into a lot of people that are like either putting in the commission for a really shitty amount, or they're just straight up not putting certain crafting materials into the work order and expecting you to supply them. So that's kind of the risk that you run, or just kind of the headache that you have to deal with when you're not like chatting to the customers, quote unquote, before before doing a work order for them. So your best bet might be just to speak with people, like find buyers through trade chat, and then get going for the work order. Yeah, no, not a problem. You have multi-craft resourcefulness and just transmute errors more worth. I'll give a shot. I always check craftsim. Sometimes you don't hit profit unless you get one of those procs, but on average you should profit. Yeah, for sure. Like with Dracothist, that's a really good example. Like a lot of times Dracothist, if you look at it, it might say it's not profitable to craft. Or maybe the profit to craft is kind of like breaking even, and so it's like, hey, like is it even worth doing this? But there will be times where like literally every single craft of the Dracothist procs multi-craft, and there's going to be some times where it doesn't proc any times. So you might lose some gold on those times where it doesn't proc any, but you'll certainly make up for it on those times where you get like extra multi-craft procs. It feels really good too. All right. I need to quit slacking off here. All right. Pandaria. So I guess I'll just craft some of these bad boys. And hope. Who it sells? Like, how is this worth it? 73,000 of this item for 735 gold. We'll buy 100 and 100. Okay. Great. Mad Hose and Elixir. Sorry, Palpatine Nibs. Ohio isn't bad. I went there back in 2018 for work. Had to do some stuff out of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Was there during the winter, and I really enjoyed the cold and snow. Hell yeah. I was actually just down at Wright-Pat Air Force Base probably about a month and a half ago now, but at the museum side. So you must be in the Air Force or some sort of military capacity. My wife and I one time tried to go to the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base Museum, and we didn't realize that the museum entrance was separate than the Air Force Base. And so we ended up just trying to drive into one of the main entrances of like the actual Air Force Base. And we got greeted by a dude holding like a fucking rifle. And he's like, you could tell he was like, what the fuck are you doing here? And we were like, oh shit, sorry. It's kind of scary. Okay. Whoa, golden lotuses have really dropped in price, hey? Damn. I'm just gonna buy 100 of these. I guess that'll be fine for now. David, thank you, Colin. Yeah, of course, man. Happy to help out. If you have any other questions, please feel free to ask. It's a huge part of why I'm streaming and making the videos, is just because I like helping people out. So don't hesitate to ask any questions or anything. All right. You still giving me rank ups? Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm a civilian worker for the Air Force. Okay, right on. Have you seen the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base Museum? It's really cool. They just recently, I know you said you were there in like 2018, so obviously they didn't have this when you were there, but they recently created a whole presidential hangar of the Air Force Base, and they have a lot of like historical presidential like apparatus, airplanes and shit in there. Like they have the airplane that Lyndon B. Johnson, I think he was the one that was sworn in after Kennedy's assassination. They have the airplane that he was sworn in on in that hangar, and you can literally like stand right where he was sworn in. It's kind of fucking wild to like see. So it's a cool spot. Yeah, that's another thing, David, that I want to do is I actually don't have the Dracothist transmute on any of my characters, but that is one thing that I would like to work on, because I'm creating an alt army of tailoring transmutes or tailoring cooldowns, and so if I could do the same thing for Dracothist transmutes, then what am I saying? Yeah, if I could have the Dracothist transmute on every single one of those characters too, like it'd be huge. Ooh. Ghost iron ore? Does it take 2 ghost iron ore? Yeah, it probably takes 2 ghost iron ore to make 1 bar. Okay. Shall we continue? Potion of luck is not very lucky. Master mana potion. Okay, that's what we'll do. Probably need some more crystal vials. Snow lily. All right. That's hilarious. I went to visit the museum while I was there and really enjoyed it. I'd enjoy going again. Yeah, it's a really cool spot. They also have a whole space section too. Like they have a space shuttle in there. So it's a cool spot. All right. Mana should run you to max after 55. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, that's good to hear. Zenpao, the goat. I need to figure out. I was really hoping that when you redeemed that name my next alt thing, Palpatine Nips, that I would have some sort of like thing happen on screen. So I was kind of bummed out to see that didn't actually happen. So is there any... Okay, so there's a couple transmutes that I don't have, but I don't care about either of those. So we're good. Okay, wonderful. So... Zenpao, you don't by chance know the answer to this next question. To do the transmute master quest, do I have to get to 300 alchemy in classic? I think I do. I should be able to train classic alchemy from this this vendor, right? Why does it only have cataclysm? Oh, do I already have classic? Maybe I already have classic. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. I think I'm pretty sure I do need to get classic alchemy to 100 in order to get, or 300, fuck. Or is it 100? Yeah, 300. Shit balls, man. What the fuck? All right. I got so much junk in my bags. I'm going to clean up some of my bags real quick here because this is going to take forever. It's been a while, not sure. No worries. I appreciate the help. It's been a while for me too, but I'm like, maybe I should Google because I'd hate to level this up and then realize that I'm actually wrong. Alchemy transmute master. With 8.0.1, you need 300 out of 300 classic alchemy. Okay. Womp womp.
Does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They weigh me down.
I'm sure none of this junk is worth anything. Nope. I guess I probably don't want to. All right, that will do. Okay, there we go. So now I can go through this massive list here. Look at all this shit I need to buy for... I wish there was like a... something you could do. Like you could like create like an auctioneer shopping operation. Like by like copying a string out of here that they could build or something like that. I don't know. That would make life too easy though, wouldn't it? God forbid. David Bell, why leveling old alchemy? Good question. So I leveled Pandaria alchemy, and it took like 5 minutes to get this leveled up, so that I can get the Riddle of Steel craft and the Trillium Bar and the Living Steel transmutes. So I level characters by farming out Ghost Iron ore. So instead of just taking that Ghost Iron ore and selling it on the auction house, I can instead turn it into bars, send send the bars over to this character, convert the bars into trillium bars, and then with the trillium bars and some spirits of harmony, I can craft living steel. So it should just basically make my crafting cost for living steel less. And then on top of that, the additional alchemy leveling I'm doing now is for classic leveling, classic alchemy to get it up to level 300. Because once I get to classic alchemy level 300, I can get the quest line to become a transmute master alchemist. And transmutation mastery does not affect dragonflight alchemy. So I actually think it probably doesn't affect like Shadowlands either. I don't know. It could, but it's not worth it for anything Dragonflight. So it's only if you're going to be doing this old world crafting. But Transmutation Master basically just gives you the chance of crafting additional items when you do a transmute. So it's similar to how like the Dragonflight knowledge trees work, like with multi-craft. It's just like an old version of that. For crafting and passive gold making, I'm only just realizing how many functional alts I'm gonna need. Yeah, ain't that the shit? Yeah, no, that's very real. It's there's a lot of alts that are required to. I mean, well, let me rephrase that. Technically, you know, other than having the base number of alts to cover all the different like end game items or not end game, but like end items you're looking to sell. It's like if you're wanting to sell jewel crafting stuff and like every single profession, obviously you'd have to have enough alts to cover all those professions, but you don't necessarily have to go through the process of like creating a whole bunch of additional alts with the same professions to like maximize things. Like I could still make profit by crafting these mounts, not doing this whole process, but it's just that I want to increase my profit as much as possible, right? And so that's why I'm kind of doing this. And it's worth it in like the long-term investment sense that like, you know, this is old content, so like I can get this set up on this character, and then ideally, you know, like I'm just set for ever, right? Like I'll never have to really go through this process again, unless I were to drop the profession on this character for whatever reason, which is what I have done, and it feels kind of bad. I did have at one point the Vial of the Sands recipe at one point, and I unlearned alchemy on that character. And so now I have to refarm the Vial of the Sands recipe. But yeah, if you're wanting to really like, you know, maximize what you're doing and be as efficient as possible, so to speak, then it does take some time investment into, and like actual gold investment into getting alts rolling and operating. But for me, that's kind of like the fun part is like, you know, I spend time getting all of these different characters set up, but the end product is like really fun because it just feels like I have like like almost like a factory of, you know, like a production factory, and like I just have like different stuff moving between different characters, and I'm just like processing all of it, getting it crafted into its end item, getting it sent to the character that you know, sells it. And so it feels very similar to like, you know, if you're playing like I don't know, like fucking economy simulator or some shit like that. Sorry, I'm looking at wowprofessions.com, by the way, and I'm going through and buying everything on the list it says for leveling classic alchemy to 300. I'm almost through the list, but it's a lot of items. And I have a unfortunate feeling that I'm not going to have enough of these items, and I'm going to end up having to buy more of certain things. But this will give us at least a good start. Almost done here. 3 more items. Golden, Sam. Mountain, silver. Sage, 14. And lastly, ice cap. It's not too expensive this time around, thankfully. I remember going through and buying all this stuff to do this type of crafting one time, and it was actually extremely expensive to go through and do. Sultry, sorry about that. You know these boxes of rocks? They sell for $4.99 on my server. Is it worth farming? So I guess I'm not sure what boxes of rocks you're referring to, unfortunately, Sultry. Is there no way in TSM to make a shopping list besides the little thing that shits out in the TSM task list? Is there no way in TSM to make a shopping list besides the little thing that... Not that I'm familiar with, Palpatine Nips. Mr. Savignon, what's going on, my friend? Hope you're doing well today. Is doing the living steel transmute cheaper for you than just buying the living steel? That's a good question. So I think it will be, because there's a couple factors to look at, in my opinion, when considering that. So let's look at Pandaria real quick. So if I look at the Riddle of Steel, or let's look at the living steel cooldown. So the living steel cooldown is saying that it costs 433 gold to craft. And the current prices on the auction house for living steel is like 485-ish. So technically, you know, if I did this cooldown, I would get one living steel bar and maybe be able to profit 50 gold off of it if I sold it. But and then looking at Riddle of Steel, the cost to craft Riddle of Steel is right in line with the current cost of living steel. So it actually, you might even like lose a little bit of money by doing the living steel cooldown. But the important thing that makes it worth it, in my opinion, is going through and getting Transmute Master within Alchemy. So you have to level up Classic Alchemy up to level 300 to unlock the Transmute Master quest, because once you get Transmute Master, that's essentially old version of multi-craft. So once I have that, I'm crafting these living steels, and you know, I might be breaking even with the cost of crafting materials. But if I get a proc where it crafts 2 out of 1 craft, then that's immediately, you know, I'm way better off in that regard. So for me, I would much rather or craft the living steel, even if it is the same cost to craft as buying it off the auction house, because I'm getting the chance to get those essentially multi-craft procs to get additional items. So in my opinion, it'll make it cheaper in the long run. So that's why I'm going through this process. So yes, I think it is definitely worth kind of getting this set up if you do like this type of mount crafting. I'm going to look that up. Box of rocks. Okay, so I see. I have Sultry. I have not. I have not really done anything with Box of Rocks. But yeah, like you said, there's an achievement to collect 50. I think that's probably the only thing that people would buy those boxes of rocks for, is if they wanted that achievement and therefore the toy. If you have TSM tooltips, you can look and see what like the sell rate is, and that can give you an idea of if it would be worth farming and selling. But I would say you also need to ask yourself, like, is it fairly easy to is it fairly easy to farm these? Because if it's easy for you to farm, then you know it's going to be easy for other people. And yeah, so those are kind of the things you have to ask yourself for that. Hopefully that makes sense. Oh, I see. They buy these 20 for 3 silver and 20 copper. If you sell them for 1 silver on the auction house each, you're making 16 silver and 80 copper per stack of 20, which is, I mean, it's just a game of numbers at that point. Very not worth it. Oh shit, did I just buy? No, I didn't. Okay. I'm not a greedy guy, but but having 300k for each expansion would be perfect for me just to get by. I'm sure you know about it, but can you level skinning and go down the bit route and use it to summon giant cobra and derelict caverns with a chance to drop a Sibian scale? Yeah, so I have seen a lot of people have been doing the skinning cooldowns. That's paid off a lot for people. I don't have any characters with skinning, but I think I might work at getting one set up, just to kind of check that out. Because I think people can make some pretty decent money off of doing those daily. I think it's the daily skinning cooldown or whatever that you can do with that, David. That's awesome. Yeah, I might have to check that out. Rui, what's going on? How are you? I hope you're well. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you're having a good weekend. You just collect them throughout the area. I don't know if they spawn fast enough. Gotcha. Okay. Region average daily sold is 92.824 on the box of rocks and sold 180 so far. Okay. Shit. Yeah, it might be worth farming then, Sultry. I wonder what the region sale rate is, because the region sale rate is kind of your indication of is your kind of indication on, you know, like, is another indication on how quickly yours will sell. Sultry, do you have the TSM tooltips, or do you have TSM? Do any of the desktop TSM? I don't think you need the desktop TSM to get the tooltips, but the desktop TSM is going to ensure that your tooltips are the most up-to-date and accurate. But if you have the tooltips, like looking at my tooltips right now, you can see on the very bottom of the tooltip, region average daily sold for this, it says 2028.969. And then right above that, the sale rate is 0.333. So that's the sell rate, and those are two good boxes to look at to kind of get an idea of sell rates and that kind of thing. Unsuspecting Hippo, I'm doing well. How are you? Thanks for popping in. Hope you're having a great day so far. We're doing well out here. Just working on classic Alchemy so we can we can do what? Living Steel. That's what we're doing. We're trying to get to level 30 classic alchemy so that we can get transmute master. Sorry, my... Okay, there we go. My computer was shitting the bed for a second there. Okay, there we go. Doing well, thanks. Lazy Saturday for me. Absolutely. Yep, me too. Super lazy Saturday. Got some breakfast with my wife and a friend this morning. Now my wife's taking a nap, and we're just chilling, doing some gold making. You know how it is. You're gonna be a transmute master? Yes, I am. Pain in the ass to get? Absolutely is. Yeah, but it's gonna be worth it in the end, because I recently got back into crafting these mounts. And so, obviously, like the Panthers and the Kypyrium Rocket, they have a base cost, which is that orb of mystery or whatever, which costs 20k per orb. The Panthers need 1 orb, and the Kypyrium Rocket needs 3. So, like, no matter what, these items, the Panthers have a base cost of base crafting cost of at least 20k, and the depleted Kypyrium Rocket at least 60k, right? So I'm trying to figure out how to maximize my profits within these, because like right now the Panthers, not the Jeweled Onyx Panther, by the way, I'm talking about specifically about the Ruby, Sunstone, Sapphire, and Jade. I'm just trying to maximize or reduce my total crafting cost as much as possible. So I'm working on getting TSM, or not TSM, what the hell, transmute mastery for alchemy, old world alchemy, so that I can go through and craft the living steels. The living steel, the cost to craft the living steel
What
might
the hell
be
are you on?
the exact same.
Have you been smoking some funny cigarettes or something?
The cost to craft them might be the exact same as what the living steel costs off the auction house, but the chance at getting the additional living steel from procs is what makes it worth it. Your profit in the Mechano Hog is higher. Yes. My profit on the Mechano Hog is super lucky, actually. The Mechano Hog is like right around 20k ish to craft, maybe 21. And right now the price, well, actually, this was yesterday. The price has since dropped on the Mechano Hog. It's a bit less now. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Some asshole dropped it down to put 5 of them for 23k. So, yeah, that's kind of where we're at. So working on that, and then Kamali, hello, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Wait, you're selling them for that? Yeah, so I see Panthers keep going up and down on my server. Gotcha. So are you saying that are the Panthers on my server going for a good price? Because I was actually surprised to see them at 24.9. I kind of figured they would be a little bit less than that. Too low? Oh, interesting. What are you selling for? This isn't a bad song. If they are 25k or less, you don't put them up? Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. And pretty soon here, I'm going to be selling on other servers, and so I'll be putting the mounts onto those other servers as well, and kind of probably having the same approach. But I'm on Area 52, so like I kind of just have to accept that, like, you know, the profit margins for me are going to be a little bit less. And I don't know if you're on NA or EU. You might have mentioned it before. I just have a shit memory, but yeah, I like the margins are certainly not great. It's like 1,000 gold, 1,500, maybe 2,000 gold profit on some of those mounts, but I wish it was more. By the way, JZ Decimate, thank you so much for the follow a few minutes ago. Really appreciate that. If you have any questions about gold making or anything, please feel free to ask. I'm happy to help out. Kamali, you're on NA. Gotcha. Okay. What servers do you sell on? And Zenpao, nice sales. Glad you looked at them. Thank you. Yes, I appreciate it. Now to get you to look at more glyphs. Yeah, I really want to. I guess I really just need to do some research into collecting old glyph recipes. I can't remember. I talked about it the other day, and I don't know if it's just a matter of leveling up those old professions or those old versions of inscription to just get the recipes or what. It's by questing, yes, most of them, but the rare ones by doing dungeons and some raids. Ugh. Gross. Questing. Like, is it like specific quest chains to like unlock the different recipes, or is it just kind of like, I'd imagine it's specific quest chains. Okay, where am I at? 114. Oh, I can completely skip over the Elixir of Wisdom and move immediately onto Healing Potion. You get it from your trainer. Oh, okay. So just double check, Rui. Are you saying for some of those old glyph recipes, I just probably have to level up the profession in that expansion, and then the trainer should have the quests to get some of those glyphs? Oh, shit. Okay. Do you know, like, is there any like particular expansion that's like avoid this expansion at all costs, or do this expansion at all costs? I'm gonna write this down. Legion. Gotcha. Legion. All right. I have got that noted. I'm going to check that out. Legion glyphs. Oh, shit. There's a lot of them, hey? All right. Them are some classic ones, good, but not as much. Gotcha. Okay, cool. Thank you for the advice. I will have to. I really, I need to look into that. Okay, so we got to 147. We only need to go to 140. My bad. Lesser mana potion. This only needs to get us to 155. Do you guys make a lot of profit off those old glyphs? Because I know Zen, you've been talking about it for. This isn't the first stream you've mentioned those old glyphs. So I'd be curious to know, like, do you kind of roll in the profit from old glyphs? And Rui, you seem to have some knowledge on it too. So I'd be curious what your thoughts are. All right, so we're at one. What are we at? 162. Okay. Greater healing potion. Up to 175. At least this is like going pretty easy and quick. I think that the worst part about getting transmute master is just the initial living steel that you have to use to get it. Sultry, okay, so the reagent sale rate seems to be 0.4. Is that good? So, from my understanding, is that would mean that roughly 40% of the time you list an item on the auction house, or that particular item on the auction house, you can expect a sale. Honestly, I think that's pretty solid. With the average daily sold, 248, not bad as well. I would just put it into an operation that, is included in any cancel scans that you do. So yeah, I would absolutely say you should give a shot selling those boxes of rocks. You can farm herbs doing Dark Heart Thicket on an herbalist, and by doing that, improve your profit. Sorry, just a second. I got a text message. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah. Also, Sultry, please report back with your findings with selling that. I'm really curious to hear how that goes for you. All right, so we're at 182 mana potion. Elixir of agility. Of these bad boys. T-Doop, what's going on? How are you, my friend? Hope you're well. Hope you're having a great weekend, a great day. David, you can level skinning and Dragonflight. Go down the bait route and summon a giant cobra in Zerlet Cavern for the chance to skin obsidian scale once a day. I sold one for nearly 7K the other day. That's awesome. Yeah. I need to give the skinning stuff a try. Because it seems like it's a pretty common, popular farm to do. I especially see a lot of groups in LFG, custom LFG, looking for people for skinning. So I do want to check that out. Okay. Elixir of Greater Defense. 10 of these. Okay. Okay. What next? So we're at 215. Love to see it. Superior Healing Potion. I'm supposed to be able to craft 28 of these. Oh, I just need more vials. Okay. 100. free action potion. Makes you immune to stun and movement impairing effects for the next 5 seconds. Does not remove effects already on the Emperor. Ineffective above level 50. Nate. Okay. Superior healing potion. 28 of these. It seems that there's a lot of people listing those. I've listed 5 boxes like 10 minutes ago, and it's already 200 items ahead. Damn. Is it a part of the region-wide auction house? I don't know if it is. I'm going to check. Box of rocks. A box of rocks. No, it's not. It's not part of region wide. So yeah, that's crazy. Your server just might have a lot of competition, strangely. You also might be watching an ad right now, so if you are, I apologize. Elixir of Great Intellect. 10, okay. I'm on the highest populated EU server, Silver Moon. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. What's strange is I'm on the highest populated NA server, and our sell rates are similar to yours, but not nearly enough on the auction house to see some 200 of these boxes of rocks get posted in front of mine if I were to go through and post them. So, yeah, I mean, you could, like Sultry, if you have multiple accounts, you could look at moving them to a different server that maybe doesn't have as much posting competition. So that might be an option. Elixir of Detect Demon. Okay. David, I don't know what's happening. Are your messages being deleted, or are you like deleting them yourself or something? I just don't want to make sure you're not having like some sort of issue. How do you just move them? Don't you have to get a realm transfer? No, definitely not. So if you have 2 accounts, you can just trade shit between servers. So you would just invite the 2 characters. I mean, they have to be on the same faction, right? But you would just invite the 2 characters to a party. Even if they're on different servers, you can invite them across servers and then just open trade and trade them. You can't mail them or anything like that. You can only trade, but you can do that with gold and non-soulbound stuff. Okay, using Journalator for the sale, 752k gained with 3.3k outgoing. Did 1 year of sales. I farmed 90% of my herbs. All are Legion glyphs. Holy shit, good for you. That's awesome. That's a crazy profit margin too, Zen, considering you do your own farming. I'd just be curious, Zen, if you like didn't do as much of your own farming, like if you bought the materials, how that would impact your sell rate, because you might be able to sell more and ultimately maybe have like more sales, more profit if you were to not be the one farming all of the stuff you're crafting with. But that's still pretty fucking awesome. So you're telling me I can craft stuff on the server that is cheapest and resell on Silver Moon? Is that legal? As in, do you risk getting banned? Not that Blizzard gives 2 cents anymore about that, but just curious. Yeah, no, Sultry Drake. It is very much in line with terms of service to craft stuff and move it across servers. It's a very common gold making method now that people do, where they just server flip. So they'll use a website like Undermine Journal or Undermine Exchange. Sorry. So I'll show you this real quick. So it's on NA servers, but you can go here. Like, let's say you wanted to flip mounts. You could go to like the Jade Panther. So this is my server that it's selected, but I could go down to the very bottom and sort by price, and I can see, okay, on Bleeding Hollow, there's currently 7 listed for 22K each. I want to sell those on, some different servers, and I look at the price of those different servers and see they're listed for 34, 38K each. So I just go to Bleeding Hollow, buy them out, trade them to a character that's on the servers that I want to sell them on, and post them. Totally within terms of service. There's just a lot of competition doing that particular thing, and so yeah. But you're not going to get in trouble, banned, or anything like that by Blizzard. The other thing to keep in mind too, though, is a lot of crafting materials are region wide now, so it might not be a situation where you basically craft on a different server for cheaper materials, because if you're buying the materials off the auction house, chances are the materials are part of the region-wide auction house, so the price is going to be the same to craft no matter where you do it at, what server. But it might be worth crafting on Silvermoon and then moving your stuff to a different server to sell for better profits, and then you can just move the gold back. But kind of one last thing again, just on that note, is you would need 2 accounts unless you have somebody that you trust that you can trade this stuff to and have them hold on to it until you swap to the character on that server, and then they trade it back. Otherwise, 2 accounts is the way to go. Okay, you have 2 accounts? Yeah, then just do that. Yeah, Zen. I would just be curious. Obviously, don't feel like you need to test it and do a month of testing, but I would be really curious to hear how that works out for you. If you did just instead buy all the materials needed for crafting, obviously, only if the glyph is profitable to craft by buying the crafting materials, but I'd be curious to hear how that would work for you. All right. Almost 300. And then we should be able to get transmute master. So I need to get to 295 with major healing potion. Always. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page there. And you never know. I mean, I would hate for you to or not you, but somebody to be like, yeah, I did what you told me to, but I lost 600K gold. Because that would feel really bad. Cavalli, unfortunately, people do that all the time. And then us people with one account can't seem to sell things as well. Yes. So I that's absolutely true in the sense that there are certainly people that aren't fans of the whole moving stuff between servers because it just inflates prices on smaller servers, that kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, I think there's probably going to be people that aren't fans of the other people's process of gold making and in all aspects and facets, I suppose. Stoic, good morning. Hope you're doing well. Good afternoon, maybe. It's 12:02 for me, technically afternoon. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by. It's interesting. I'm looking at the history for those boxes of rocks. They used to sell for 1 gold at the beginning of the patch. I'd be curious to see if the achievement for them was introduced when that achievement was introduced, I suppose is the better way to say it. That because it probably was introduced, like maybe it was introduced with this most recent patch, and so like coming right into the patch they were cheap, like 1 gold because there was no use for them. But then maybe they started climbing up once that patch was introduced. It's tough to say. All right, that is not alchemy. Okay, there it is. So I just need 4 living steel, and then I'll have transmute master. Okay, that's easy. Living steel. Quattro. All right, now we a transmute master. So I'm gonna all the herbs that I bought to craft with, I'm going to resell, but all the end products I am just gonna vendor, because I don't want to deal with having to repost those. And most of the herbs should probably sell within just the first round of posting them up on the auction house. So yeah, I just don't want to deal with trying to sell through all the other items. Does the Zaskura rooms reset weekly? I think it was weekly. Yeah. There's also another thing with the Zaskura vaults area. Dragonflight cooking is an option for gold making, and there's actually a recipe rat in the Zaskura vaults. If you're interested in doing this, I would recommend looking into like going on Wowhead and looking up the recipe rat to make sure you get all the stuff to do this properly. But basically, you interact with this recipe rat in some way, shape, or form, and you end up getting a recipe from it, which is deviously deviled eggs. And the deviously deviled eggs actually sell on the auction house pretty damn well. So if you were wanting to do Dragonflight cooking for some gold making, you could look into that. I don't want to sell that. What was that alchemy daily craft you do? So I don't currently have any like daily alchemy craft I do. But what I'm working towards is being able to do the riddles, mainly riddle of steel. Like I'll probably do this living steel transmute as well. This is a daily cooldown. But otherwise, the main thing I'm going for is this riddle of steel because to do riddle of steel, this is basically to craft living steel, but not having the daily limit of 1 craft. So basically I can turn 3 trillion bars and 3 spirits of harmony into living steel. But one of the biggest benefits is right now I do a lot of character leveling through Valley of the Four Winds, farming ghost iron ore. So I can farm up that ghost iron ore, and then rather than just selling the raw ghost iron ore on the auction house, I can convert it to bars, and then I can take those bars and convert it into trillion bars. And then with those trillion bars, I can use that and buy just the spirits of harmony. So I'd be spending like 345 gold on spirits of harmony and be able to craft living steel. So it's just going to reduce my cost of living steel to increase the profits on these mounts. Because the Capyrian Rocket, Panthers, all of these mounts except for the Mechanohawk essentially use living steel. So if I can reduce my cost of living steel, that'll really increase the profit of all those mounts. It seems to be a room that gives 4 to 6 boxes. You can easily take them with multiple characters. Yeah, you could. You could do that on multiple characters. I just don't know if like doing those boxes on a consistent basis would pay off. But maybe, I don't know. Kamala, you said, yeah, I need to do that. Just curious, what are you saying you need to do? Is it the like transmutation stuff? Or were you talking about the deviously doubled eggs, possibly? The rat thing? Yeah. I actually need to do that as well. Apparently... So the challenge with the rat initially was you had to be lucky and find the rat in the vaults. So it initially required spending a decent amount of time farming up the vault keys, because you'd have to go around and find which vault the rat is in. But somebody came by the stream the other day and actually said that if you just type /target recipe rat, it should target it, and you should be able to pretty much tell exactly which vault the recipe rat is in, so you can get it on the first try. So ideally, you should be able to get... Oh, that was you. Okay, cool. Yeah, so that was Mr. Savignon. Thank you for the pro tips there. But yeah, I think I explained it the way that you described it. You just type /target recipe rat, and then you can find exactly which vault they're in. So you should only need one vault key to do it, I think. I don't know. Maybe you need a couple to be able to traverse up the vault, because I think you need to open a couple of vaults to be able to like unlock being able to go up. I can't recall. It's been a while. That's a cool looking mount, dude. All right. Let's check in here, see how things are going. Yeah, sales have just been kind of trash, dude. It's unfortunate. What is going on? All right. And that's such a satisfying mailbox to be looking at there. Oh, we've had some decent Ruined Wraithbark sales, I suppose. So Ruined Wraithbark is doing decent so far for us. How much Ruined... We still have a good amount, too. So I think I am going to take a quick break here, run to the restroom, get a drink and whatnot. So I will be back in just a few minutes, everyone. In the meantime, enjoy the music. I will be right back. Thanks.
losing my control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation.
All right. We're back. How we doing? How we doing out there? All right. Anybody making some money right now? Any good sales today? Let me hear your best sales so far. My best sale today so far is just ruined Wraithbark. Stacks of ruined Wraithbark. Zen Pal, you're making money? Okay, let's hear it. Talk to me, baby. Talk to me, baby! Okay, so we're pretty much set on this character. I guess I could... Well, I don't need a... Yeah, we'll just Hearth. It's quicker. Because we're pretty set. We've gotten everything that we need to in the regards of transmute, mastery, and whatnot. Oh, sorry, 1 second. Okay. Palpatine sold a wolf-fangled fist for... Oh, wolf-fanged. Fangled? What the fuck? Fanged fist for 141k yesterday. So, that sounds fucking awesome. Is that transmog? Is that one of your flips? 'Cause Palpatine Nips, you're a flipper, right? I think you've told me you're on like a bunch of different servers. Primarily do flipping. Dope. Dude, you're gonna... I know, like, if I have a kind of a bad memory, so I apologize. But I think you're the person that's been telling me that you're on like 9 servers or something. You started in like January. You're gonna surpass me in gold super quick. You're gonna surpass probably a lot of people in gold pretty quickly with flipping. It's a pretty lucrative market to be in. So I need to do Frosty still in this character. Okay. So if you do, let me see here. So yeah, earlier Palpatine, you said that you're just starting to realize for like crafting and passive gold making, you're starting to realize how many functional alts you're going to need. So considering you do a lot of flipping, I'm just curious what you're like. Are you just trying to expand into new markets? Like, do you have more time to spend on WoW than what flipping currently takes? And so you're just trying to look at new markets, or are you trying to maybe reduce the amount of flipping that you're doing and do something else? Curious what your thoughts are there. Mookie, how you doing? Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. How do you pick which servers to flip on if you're on 9 servers? That's a good question. So, obviously, Palpatine Nips is the one doing it, not me. So he certainly can chime in. But I think the main gist of it is, using the website Undermine Exchange, you can look at different items, like valuable items, and by looking at those different valuable items, you can. Well, Undermine Exchange also allows you to see the current price of that specific item on every server. So just to quickly show you, because that might make it a little bit easier. So if let's say you were flipping mounts, you could come into Undermine Exchange. You could look at like Vial of the Sands. You can come down to the bottom and you can sort it by price. And so you can see like I'm Bleeding Hollow. It's selling for 32,000 gold. And then at the very bottom, you can see like on some servers, it's currently selling for 80,000 gold. So that's kind of the gist, right? That's kind of like how you do it. You'd buy it on, like you would buy multiple on Bleeding Hollow, for example, and then, spread them out between the other servers that you're on. But the thing is that you have to like, kind of be mindful of is, it's typically not as easy as just buying the mounts on the cheapest server and putting them on the most expensive server, because these are probably like pretty low pop servers. And you're probably not going to see like a high sell rate on these servers. And additionally, there's probably several flippers that are trying to like sell this item on these servers. So, it might be worth looking through the list and finding some other higher pop servers that maybe you just like have experience and know what servers are higher pop, or have an idea of population on some servers. So you could look through and try to find the ones that maybe have a bit higher population and sell them on that server again if it's worth it. But the key thing with flipping is, typically needing 2 accounts, unless you have somebody that you can trust to temporarily hold on to the items while you swap to your other character. It takes me at least 3 hours a day just to cancel scan once in the AM and once in the PM before everyone gets on for the evening. I have like 50 characters, but only sell on 14 or so realms relatively. But I need all those characters to be able to quickly go out and get items on servers that I normally wouldn't frequent. Yeah, so that's the thing with flipping, and I briefly did some flipping, like specifically just with mounts. But it is time consuming, like Palpatine Nips mentioned, and you have to have a lot of characters because right now the Vial of the Sands, the cheapest server is Bleeding Hollow, but who knows? Maybe in a couple days from now, when it comes time to restock on Vial of Sands, maybe Malygos is now the cheapest server for Vial of the Sands, and so you need a character on that server. And then if you're doing it with like a bunch of items, like you be very easy to kind of get to a point where you might need a character on like every single server to really be able to do it. And so that's a lot. All right. So then Palpatine, are you like maybe trying to kind of get out of so much flipping? Like I'd imagine you probably are still going to do some flipping, but maybe just not as much. Maybe just like one specific item. The way I got started on flipping, before you could trade items across servers, I would find people that would come to my server advertising, like trying to sell bulk mounts for good deals, and so I'd just message them and be like how many of this item, like how many of this mount do you have? They'd be like, oh, I have like 11. Like, well, how much would you charge me per mount if I were to just buy all of them? And they'll usually give me a decent price, and then I'll just have like 11 of a certain mount that I begin selling through. But that's not really a thing anymore, because the way that would work is the players would buy a bunch of the mounts on a cheap server, and then they would have to actually pay for transferring that character to a different server. So you don't really see deals like that anymore with this new system. Palpatine, you said, oh, what the hell did I not, I guess I didn't. That sucks. Man, it's profitable, but I'd like to do something that's a bit more guaranteed. Flipping feels like it's hoping most of the time. Gotcha. That's understandable. Very understandable. Tanker234, thanks for the sub. Appreciate you. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Uh-oh. We might be going through a string of YouTube notifications here, my friends. I've started to notice it. It doesn't do the notifications for YouTube in any meaningful order. It just kind of like, it'll decide like, okay, it's time to show all the notifications for YouTube subscribers that have come through over the past like however long. Seems like this chain was short, but the other day during my stream I had like 7 subscriber notifications back to back on YouTube. And I was like, damn, a lot of people are subbing right now. But then I figured out after the stream that it was just subs that had come through over the past like 24 hours, and randomly I just started getting the notifications right then. Kind of annoying. I started doing some blacksmithing crafting and posted those yesterday. Old profitable Wrath of the Lich King items and sulfur on a hammer. Trying it out on one realm before I spread out across all realms. Okay, cool. So, what blacksmithing, like, was it? It was old profitable Wrath of the Lich King items. Did you already have blacksmithing and like have those old Wrath of the Lich King recipes, or was that like a kind of a fresh venture that you started where you had to learn blacksmithing, go through and acquire the old recipes. Because that's what I've been trying to figure out. I know a lot of people do like old crafting for transmog. But I've just never been sure if they just already had like those professions with the recipes, or if it's just a lot of the base recipes that you just get from like learning the profession and leveling it up that are the transmog ones. All right, let's see where we're at. Cloth cooldown. So we're at 12 and 8. It's not super. Blacksmith, you should start with classic and TVC. It's more profitable. Interesting. The best recipes came from Blackrock Depth, Sunwell, and Black Temple. I actually farmed Sunwell a bit ago. What did I do? I did 10 clears of Sunwell, and I got a couple of recipes that I ended up just selling. But I wonder if those recipes would have been good transmog ones that I could have done for myself. You know what? Before we do this, let's look at gems. See if we can make any money off of some gems right now. So I'll go ahead and get that pulled up. Now, I actually think it's worth mentioning. Somebody earlier asked about stockpile for War Within. And I'm not really currently thinking about anything stockpile-wise for War Within. But what I am doing is starting to think about what I want to stockpile for the Season 4. And for that, I'm thinking Awakened Order is probably going to be a good one. Last night I was looking at Awakened Order prices, and they actually got down to like 150 range. But it looks like somebody probably bought a shit ton of them to stockpile. But I'm also kind of the mindset of like, I don't know if I want to spend a bunch of money and stockpile stuff right now, because I really want to get gold cap. And I mean, if I were to buy like Awakened Order, I would probably spend just about everything I've got to stockpile on Awakened Order. And that would obviously make me a lot further away from gold cap. Okay, finally. Literally just 2 gems are profitable right now. Also, the new Nax recipes. Gotcha, okay. Most of them you can buy from auction house if the price of the recipes is lower than 10 times the MOG is worth to buy it. Gotcha, okay. Awakened Order is a bit of a gamble. You think so? I am currently of the mindset I am definitely open to other perspectives, but my current mindset of Awakened Order is gems are gonna pop off when Season 4 launches, and I would imagine that Awakened Order is going to skyrocket when Season 4 launches, just because gems are going to be going so crazy. So I mean, with that mindset, I like, my opinion is that Awakened Order could like really skyrocket again for a brief period of time, for maybe like the first month of Season 4, but maybe not. It's also a gamble. Like, how many do I buy? Like, if I You know, maybe if I bought like 30,000 awakened orders, then maybe that's too many. So, I don't know. I started engineering jewel crafting tune a couple weeks ago, but kind of just fell off leveling engineering. I want to do that though. Is that like old world Palpatine that you're working on? Old world engineering and jewel craft? Well, probably engineering. I don't think it'd be worth doing old world jewel crafting ever. I've bought 2,000 awakened orders. If it goes up, good. If not, won't hurt a lot for sure. Yeah, that makes sense, Rui. I'm probably, if I do my stock up, I'm probably gonna buy. If I do a stock up, I'm probably gonna buy as many as I can, but we'll see. Old world engineering, right on. I know there's some good old world engineering from BFA. I've seen on Canadia's stream several times. He's done some old world engineering stuff, specifically on. I forget what the Mechanome or whatever the fuck island is called. But yeah, that's where he's been doing some of that old world stuff. So, that's where you started first. Okay, cool. Yeah, let me know how that goes for you. I'm like really trying to like expand into other markets and whatnot. It's just kind of hard to figure out where to start with it, I guess. Ran into an issue leveling because you need to scrap like to get the mats. I have the ability, it's just time consuming. Yeah, for sure. I feel like I heard somebody, it might be worth, there's this streamer called Scope Killer. He plays on EU, but he lives in Australia. And so I think you're in NA Palpatine. Yeah, you are. He lives in Australia. So when I watch him stream, it's usually early morning for me. But he does a lot of old world crafting stuff, and he's talked about having to scrap a shit ton of stuff. And I think there might be like, sorry, this is kind of a jumbled thought, but I think he had like some sort of way, like something he could craft to scrap, to kind of speed that process up. So that might be worth looking into. I could also, next time he's live, I could ask him, because it's probably something that I'm going to want to look into doing down the road too. All right, how are we doing so far? 55K sold auctions. Oh, we've had some good ruined Wraithbark sales. How are we doing on ruined Wraithbark? We could almost maybe do a restock on ruined Wraithbark. If we're selling through it really well. Oh, I see we still have 400 in my bag, so not quite ready to restock on ruined Wraithbark, but that is something that we probably could do today, which would be worth it. There's an odd crafting material in BFA that you can only get randomly from breaking down and scrapping items. That was my roadblock. Yeah, I think it's the expulsum. Is that what it's called? Yeah, expulsum was a fucking pain in the ass. I hated that shit. Oh, Zen, that was you on Discord? Okay, cool. Let me check that out. Zenny, does it need to be when I stop streaming? I don't know what you're wanting to try, but we could certainly do it now. That's fine. Or once I stop streaming, that's totally cool too. I can follow up with you then. We can try now. Okay, cool. I don't know if you have me on BattleNet, but add me. My BattleNet is Stone 15545. Get rid of all this junk. I kind of wish I hadn't sold through all of the ghost iron ore that I've farmed up in the past. Now that I've got this alchemy stuff set up. Because, well, it would have been nice to convert that into ghost iron bars and trillium, but it is what it is. I also could. I wonder if it'd be worth. Because when I was last doing these mounts, I also had a character with a speed set up that would sit at the Heart of Fear in was it here? Well, what I would do is I would come to here, because there's a NPC here that you can queue into Miss Pandaria raid finder versions. So I would queue into Heart of Fear 10 times in an hour here for specifically Motes of Harmony, to farm Motes of Harmony, Spirits of Harmony, to make crafting the living steel even cheaper. So that's something I could also do. I just don't know if it'd be worth the time. And I'm also curious, maybe if somebody knows. But if I were to like have two accounts and I queued them together into the Raid Finder Heart of Fear, would that increase the amount of Motes of Harmony I looted? Or would it just split the total number of drops between the two characters? I don't know. But if you're going to do that for Mote of Harmony farming, an important note is do not kill any bosses, because if you kill bosses, then you will be saved to the raid. So you would just let's see if I can pull it up. Heart of Fear. Oh, not if. Yeah, here we go. So yeah, you would just enter in right here. There's a bunch of mobs in this room. You aggro them up. There's a bunch of mobs in this room, but here's a boss here. So you just kill all the ads in this area, besides the boss. Once you kill everything, you can leave, reset the dungeon, re-queue into Raid Finder, and bada bing, bada boom. You be farming Motes of Harmony. But again, it might not be worth it. It might only be worth buying Spirits of Harmony off the auction house. Harry Rump Perinold. Is that you, Zen? It's a great name. I don't know why it didn't put me in your group. Maybe re-invite? Maybe I need to leave this queue. That's weird. Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. Horde portal room. Try to talk to the rat. Your rat? How do I talk? What do you mean? Hello, rat. Hello, rat. Like that? You don't have to farm the rat. You could find a friend with Roland Pet Rat, which will teach you the recipe. Oh, the deviously deviled egg recipe? Because this character might not be able to get it just because he doesn't have cooking and he's not the level to get whatever it's called. Like he's not Dragonflight level, so he might not be eligible. But maybe we could try it on my mate. Yeah, you could try inviting my main if you want. But I don't know. I haven't heard. I looked up the recipe not too long ago, but I didn't hear of anybody being able to get the rat through this method. I thought you had to do it through Discura Vault. Here, let me suggest my druid. Right. Coming. Hello, rat. / pet. Oh. / pet. Is there like a certain thing I'm supposed to do? Or is this just an experiment? Hello, rat. Oh, it looks like the recipe rat, though. Maybe we need the cheese. Oh. Good call. Okay, let me look it up. Recipe rat. So where do I get fine aged cheddar? I'm gonna go get some of that. Fine aged cheddar. Fine aged cheddar. I don't know how much I need. So maybe 10. Canada. What's going on, my friend? How are you today? You excited for the 12-hour marathon tomorrow? I'm excited for the 12-hour marathon tomorrow. One if I recall. Sorry, I had to reload Zen, so unfortunately, I didn't see all that you said. Canada, do you by chance know if you can get the recipe from this recipe rat, or does it have to specifically come from the Ziscuraval recipe rat. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with the cheese though. One one piece of cheese, if you recall. That's probably it. Oh, wait, are we talking about different things? Oh, is this the cheese that I need to offer the rat? Yeah, Canadian. We're trying to figure. We're talking about the deviously deviled eggs recipe, and Zen was saying that it might be possible to acquire it from this rat, which I guess is the recipe rat. I'm not sure, but it's just named Roland. You need fine aged cheddar. Yeah, so I've got fine aged cheddar right here. So I've got the fine aged cheddar. It's just a matter of Roland can teach you any of your additional characters, charitable cheddar, and deviously deviled eggs if you have at least 50 skill under. Useful if you're going to show off. So, okay, thank you, Palpatine Nips. But so maybe that's specific from what Palpatine Nips says or put in chat. Maybe you already have to have the recipe in order to be able to acquire the recipe from Roland on additional characters. Or maybe you need the pet itself, I think. Yeah, I think you might be right, Mr. Savingnad. So you get the pet once you've got the recipe. The only other option would be is possibly the charitable cheddar. Maybe if I offer that to yours. So let me try getting some charitable cheddar real quick and offering it to your rat, Zen, and we'll see what happens there. But I appreciate your effort. But if this doesn't work, then I think it might be that I have to actually get the recipe / pet before I can use that pet to get the recipe on other characters. Oh, of course it's not sellable on the auction house. Yeah, so I wouldn't be able to do it, unfortunately. Sag. Thank you, though, Zen. That's really nice of you to try to offer, at least. Yeah, for sure. I appreciate it, man. Canadia, you said you are very excited indeed for the stream tomorrow. Yeah. So Canadia hit his sub goal, which Canadia, for the 12-hour stream tomorrow, what was the sub goal for that? Was it like 70? It was something like that. 70. Okay, yeah. So he hit his sub goal, so he's got to do a 12-hour stream tomorrow, and he's growing out the stash. I'm excited to see the progress of that. But yeah, 12-hour stream tomorrow. Do you have any fun or excited? Oh wait, you're gonna try to make a token, right? That like the last stream you did, you're just the whole 12 hours is the goal is to make a token. Thank you again, Zen Pow for trying to help me out with that. I really do appreciate you trying. Yes, trying to get a token. Okay, right on. I'm gonna go get water real quick. Sorry.
Didn't think we could fall in love. Broken from the start, chained to our past. We had closed hearts. We are breaking free. It's just you and me. We might fall apart, far running away. Can we break free? Can we break free? Can we break free? Can we?
All right. Stash is still slow to go and grow and trying to get a token. Okay, right on. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be checking out that stream tomorrow, Canada. I'm excited to see what comes of it. And I was hoping to watch your stream for longer yesterday too, but I had a really busy work day. Ooh. So obviously just continue the whole soul thing. Continuing farming souls. It's just such a easy way of making money. And we're gonna have like a fucking awesome stock of products for once we do finally expand to other servers. We're just gonna have a shit ton of every type of pet, whatever else it may be, so that we're good to go. All right. Mr. Savignon, what is this you're farming? So I'm farming souls. So in Dragonflight, using a Zap Throttle Soul Inhaler and empty soul cages from Jewel Crafting, you can kill like an elite type of dude from like fire, earth, air, and air. So this is the earth dude. So if you use your Zap Throttle Soul Inhaler on them, and they either die while it's channeling or within 30 seconds after you've finished channeling the Zap Throttle on them, I'll show you right now what you get. Shit. Sorry, one sec. All right, so I'm zap throttling now, and it doesn't get canceled unless you get like stunned. So you can move around while you're channeling it, so you don't need to worry about that. But you channel it, then you get this item, which is, so this was an earthen guy, so I get an encaged earthen soul. But as you can see in the tooltip, it says duration 15 minutes. So if I let it sit for 15 minutes, it will then turn into a docile earthen soul. When I right click to open a docile earthen soul, it will give me an earthen soul, which is right here. I use earthen souls, fiery souls, frosty souls, and airy souls to craft different items within engineering. They're different toys. But when you open the docile version of earthen, fiery, airy, and frosty soul, there's a small chance to loot a pet from it. So for earthen, it would be a dusty spirit, I think is what they call dust spirit or dusty spirit, something like that. And it's just a battle pet that sells for like 60 to 80-ish K, at least on my server. Probably higher on some other not as high pop servers. So it's just like a win-win. Like I'm farming these items to eventually craft these toys. And then also with the chance of getting the pet. The pet is just a kind of like a huge added bonus. What is that tool called? It is called a Zap Throttle Soul Inhaler. In my opinion, the best way to make gold is submitting crafting orders with no mats or commission, then selling on auction house. Pure profit. You're welcome, Mr. Savignon. That's a unique way of going for profit there, Puddles of Cuddles. Kind of slimy of you, my friend. Piece of shit. I'm kidding. Yeah, no, for sure, Mr. Savignon. And real quickly, just to show you. So right here, this is where I farm fiery souls. There is actually a dude right around this area that can do earthen as well. So this is where I do fiery. This is where, right here, is where I do frosty souls. Right here is where I do airy souls. And lastly, earthen is on these peaks right here. If that was too quick, I can show you again. But there's a cooldown on the zap throttle of what's it called? There's a cooldown on the zap throttle. So after you use it, if you've gotten a soul, like if you can't, like if you get a fiery soul, you can't get another fiery soul for 15 minutes. But you could get another type of soul in 5 minutes. So that's kind of why I have 4 characters on each type of soul, because number one, there's quite a distance between each different type of soul, so I'd have to do a lot of flying if I wanted to gather these on all one character, but then additionally that minimum of 5 minutes between each type of soul is just you could actually have 8 characters, from what I've heard, farming souls, and by the time you finished with character number 8, your first character, that 15-minute cooldown should have just ended, and so you could just go around and do it if you just wanted to non-stop do souls. But I only do it on 4 characters currently. Yep, just the elites, and you can also Wowhead will have what's it called? Wowhead will have coordinates to the locations. Like if you search up Zap Throttle Soul Inhaler and go to the comments, it should have the locations or good locations for the different types of souls. Right in the feelings, Puddles of Cuddles, all jokes. Yeah, I figured. Be fucked up. People do that though. Puddles of Cuddles was were you just trying to rage bait. He's a rage baiter. That's what he's doing. Everyone get your pitchforks out and fuck him up. All right. So I really want to get this character to level 40 because I really want to get going on farming ghost iron. So that's the Tide Spirit. This is from farming the Earth Frosty souls. So the Tide Spirit, 57k. So it's just like an easy profit on top of the toys that you're crafting from the souls to begin with. You know what? Do I have any more portable party platters, or did I sell out? I need to get more. I'm a slimy motherfucker. I want to set up a scene. Hold on. I'm gonna get a scene set up so I can pop a shot. Shoot some hoops, you know what I'm saying? Always like to see some quests to turn in. Cruising. Is it? I mean, does anybody have an ult? They're trying to level. I'm running some dungeons. If anybody wants to do that, we could also get some group farming going. We could do some group Nagra and Corium farming. That's kind of a fun one I enjoy. Just some raw mat farming. With the Corium, you can have a raid up to 10 people farming the Corium, and if you've got like that many people, I swear it's like 30, maybe 40k an hour. Because basically everybody in the raid group just spreads out across Nagrand, flying around. You farm everything, or you mine everything, because the Corium has a chance of spawning on top of other ore spawns. And if you see Corium, you just post the coordinates in the party chat, or the raid chat, I guess. Let everybody fly over, all gathered at the same time, and then you spread back out. Ka-chow. I hate these guys and their slows. Probably have a lot of talent points I haven't spent. Yeah, I should probably spend those. This is annoying. Whoa. I didn't have any sound. That was trippy. Why not? I just didn't realize I didn't have sound, I guess. Giggle goggles have come down a lot. That's really unfortunate to see. Almost 1,000 gold. Lower. Everything's just dropping right now. Is that everybody else's experience? Is just everything like across the market just tanking right now? I think that just kind of like goes to show that like, you know, we're at the end of this patch. Hopefully sooner than later. Season 4 is out because I need gold making opportunities. There we go. Efflorescence is a nice one to get. In a verge of a new expansion, all prices drops. It's a good time to buy and stockpile. Absolutely. Great time to buy and stockpile. Just kind of, you know, it never feels good doing that, at least in my opinion. Like, I mean, it could feel good, you know, like knowing you're building up for the future, but my situation just feels bad because it's money going out instead of money coming in. Even if it'll result in more in the long run. I just got a short concept of time, I suppose. I don't know. Bludgeoning. Damn. So I also want to get a character. So I have a character set up for the depleted Capyrium rocket, obviously. But I want to get a character set up for the geosynchronous world spinner as well. And another option is the Mecha Mogul MK12, I think is what it's called. But apparently the recipe for that mount is kind of a pain in the ass to farm. Because I think you can only do it like once a week. I could be wrong. Maybe it's once a day. But mounts seem like a really good thing to... I mean, ultimately what I'm looking for, because I'm looking to expand to, you know, more servers. So I'm looking for more items to be able to sell across these additional servers. So that's toys, pets, mounts. I could do gear, like if I wanted to do, but it just wouldn't be worth it. Like gear in the sense of like Dragonflight, like profession equipment or like early gear for new level 70s, but I just don't think it'd be worth it at this point in the expansion. The prices on most profession equipment, level or green quality profession equipment, at least in Area 52, is just unbelievably cheap. So it just doesn't seem worth it. And I can't imagine that like that many people are still buying Dragonflight rare quality profession equipment. I mean, I'm sure it does sell still, but I feel like it's just so easy now to get rare quality profession equipment on any character. I only do alchemy, inscription bees, and engineering, and I have farming tunes. I don't do more professions because I only have one life. Yeah, that's it's a fair point. I'm sure. Come August, I'm probably gonna have to cut down on the amount of time I put into this. This game is endless. Yeah, like and that's a good point. Like I feel like there's always like more I could do in like the gold making realm. But maybe that's not really where. That's a cool looking dag. Equip it just in case I don't have the appearance for it yet. All right. Let me think here. So let's look at the Mecha Mogul. Schematic Mecha Mogul MK12. Drops from the mother load. Gotcha. Okay. Are the mats for this mount, the Mecha Mogul, like particularly much? Oh, it does require expulsum. Yeah, that's like that right there is almost enough for me to say never mind. Because I don't know that I want to deal with expulsum. Is really the bottom line. Expulsum sucks. It's only 20. Is there like an easy way to get expulsum? Maybe I'm just not familiar with it enough, and maybe it's easy. You get fast just doing bracers. Oh, so maybe that's what I was referring to earlier to Palpatine. Crafting bracers and then just scrapping those. Raj, what's going on, my friend? How you doing? Hope you're well. You need make steel class, then run last boss, and he always drop some of them like 4 or so. Raj, what do you mean steel class? You mean like a rogue? Like, do you pickpocket the boss? Or it's a 6-to-1 ratio. Okay, so 6 bracers turns into 1 expulsum roughly. I guess that's not too bad. Oh, I see what you mean. Just skip all the trash. Is there, because you can only, does it drop on any difficulties in Motherload? Could you like spam Motherload back to back for this recipe? Or is it like obviously up to like the, well, no, because you have to kill the boss. So you'd be once a day, right? Or you don't get lockout to normal, I guess. So you could just spam it back to back. That might be worth it. What does it cost to craft the Mecha Mogul? Uh-oh. No! Oh, motherfucker. On Mythic, you can loot from robots, NPC, so it's extra. Gotcha, okay. And you need 150 engineering. Okay, so 150 engineering. And I assume you need 150 engineering to loot the recipe, or for even to have it a chance for it to drop. That's my guess. So I would need to get engineering. I mean, how important is it to have a rogue or druid? Because I feel like even in, like, you know, regardless of rogue or druid, you could probably kind of storm through that dungeon pretty quick. With the druid, you skip the mobs also. Maybe I was farming this in Shadowlands. Gotcha. Yeah, because I feel like, because Motherload's BFA, and if you're like running normal Motherload, I've got to imagine that it'd be pretty seamless to just kind of cruise through, regardless if you're a stealth class or not. That new, what's going on, my friend? How you doing today? Hope you're well. I'm just trying to think of. I mean, this character has engineering. So if I was gonna do this, because I can also get the geosynchronous world spinner on this character, because I haven't done mop engineering on this character, so I could do the other specialization for the geosynchronous world spinner, and then I could also level up Battle for Azeroth, Mecha Mogul MK12 to craft 1000. Oh shit, that's pretty solid path. Mecha imprint matrix. Oh, this is the other thing that is good with Bloods of Sargeras. And this sells pretty well. So this might be something that we look into doing as well. So maybe we work on getting our Zandalari engineering up, and then we can start looking at running the Motherload. Not doing much here. Still not gold cap. Currently just chilling. You and me both. Fuck, man. That's all I have to say about it, right? So close. But now the market's like extra shit. Nobody's buying shit. I take that back. People are buying shit, but nobody's... I mean, shit's just not selling as good. So it sucks. All right, let's look. Profession leveling. So we need BFA. Oh, I'm going to need a lot of expulsum. We might not need Expulsum until level 150. Sorry, I'm just looking at options for leveling here. Requires Exalted with the Zandalari Empire. Motherfuck. Requires a lot of high-level battle pets. Okay. Need the eggs. Mr. Savignot, what are you referring to, my friend? But you're really close. I'm a few millions behind. Gotcha. Right on. Okay. I feel that. But I mean, you're getting there. It's a process. I mean, look at my main. I'm 4 million away. Now, granted, I've got a lot in the mailbox. Certainly not 4 million away, but I feel it. Gold cap is definitely, like, if you're getting prepped for season 4, you'll get gold cap in season 4, no doubt. I guess this kind of works though, because I do have tailoring on this character as well, so I could level up Battle for Azeroth tailoring to craft the bracers. Oh, you're saying I should go for the deviled eggs? Well, okay. I'm happy with either. What should we do? Should I take my druid and go try to find the Zaskura recipe rat, or should I work on engineering for the mother load? I'm looking to see if I have any vault keys. I don't have any vault keys. It's kind of sad. It feels neither milling, inking, cooking makes me any profit. Started off 64K, bought stuff, sold stuff. Now I'm at 45K. Gonna try a couple times more, but I think it's again dead for E to do all that. I'd be curious. I wonder if there's a way for me to like does Undermine Exchange exist for EU? Does this website exist for EU? And if so, oh, it does. Yeah, so ink. It probably wasn't. Blazing ink, serene ink. Burnished. Where's flourishing? So, I mean, I mean, it's tough to tell, but it kind of like initially looks like, you know, like burnished should be profitable. I certainly could be wrong. So, Rui, sorry, what are you saying yes to? Trying to get the recipe rat, the deviled eggs recipe? Also scrap every trinket from BFA. If it's drop, not crafted, you have a 100% drop chance of expulsum. Oh, okay, cool. Good to know. Well, I think if you buy a WoW token, is there... Hold on. I'm going to see if I can get account number 3 established right now. I'm sick of dealing with 2. But this account doesn't have an active sub. Is there a way for me to put gold onto this account so that I can buy a token? Does anybody know? Can you trade gold to a character on an account that's not active, though? That's the question. Chip, chop. Chip, chop. If it's not active, you can't trade. Fuck. So I'm going to have to redeem 2 tokens. I'm going to have to buy 2 tokens to get $30 of BattleNet balance so that I could then purchase my first whatever it's called for this account. All right. What's the token price currently? I guess. Do it. You know what? That's a good question. Maybe you can. I just am really afraid to click that in case it doesn't let you choose. Does anybody know for sure? I think it's just going to apply it to the account that it's active on. Oh, wait. I only needed to do 1 because I had $2 in my Blizz balance. So hold on. I'm going to BattleNet here real quick. Login. Account settings. Login. Wow. 2. Oh, that's public PTR. Okay. One month. Continue. What the fuck? I can't use BattleNet balance to initially start my sub? All right, well, I'm going to try it anyway because, yeah, I think if I click accept, it's going to apply to this account. But apparently I have to pay for the first month of subscription in order to get the actual active, because through BattleNet, can you buy just like a 30 days of game time without a subscription? Halu, hey, how's it going? Doing well, Halu. Hopefully, I can call you that. Welcome back. Hope you're well. I think I recognize your name. So yeah, welcome back. Hope you're doing well. You need to sub at least one time to use balance. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I guess I'll just do that then. I don't know if the card on file is one that works. Okay. Yeah, I'll just have to do this a different time, unfortunately. Oh well. On my BNet account, I had WoW 1, a token, and Open WoW 2 without sub, and it asked me if I wanted to use the token of WoW 1. Maybe you should try it as well. So you were in game. You clicked the token, and you clicked 30 days of game time, right, that noob? Because here, then it says 30 days of game time will be added to your World of Warcraft account. This is game time is non-refundable. Maybe I'll just Google it. Can you choose what account a WoW token goes to? You can only use the token on the same account. Oh, leave it in the bag, close WoW 2, and open it again. Okay. Oh, shit. Look at you. Look at you. That noob. You are no noob, my friend. You are a god. Thank you. Hell yeah, they made this change to prevent easy creation of bot accounts. The token applies to the account it is on. So it must work because they're all within the same BattleNet. So that's why it must be accepting it. Because that totally makes sense how to prevent like bot and whatnot. But I think that rule, because I remember hearing about that, I think that's specific to why doesn't this have a level? I think that's specific to new BattleNets. Okay, wonderful. Well, that's really convenient. Thank you so much, that noob. I really appreciate that. I'm noob at making gold cat, but not noob on your IT support skills. You could become a Blizzard GM or something. Not GM. Game master, GM. Oh, whoa, holy shit. Okay, get out of here. 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 A level 45 Windwalker Monk. Okay. I'll take it. Zenpal, take care, man. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you have a great rest of your day. That job's taken by Chat GPT nowadays. That's a good point. Yeah, it's a very good point. It is definitely taken by Chat GPT. Okay, I'm just gonna not continue with this character. But the end is somewhere here, right? That noob. That's in honor of you, my friend. This is going to be my new auction house character.
The Zandalari have ruled this land for thousands of years. With the Loa's blessing, our sacred blades and mighty ships commanded the seas.
All right. So, basically, I now need to kind of get set up for having all this shit sent to that character instead of my druid. Because now that I have that established, I have had to basically stay logged in on my druid for at all times, because I don't want that. Okay, hold on. Disable. What do I need? Auctionator and TSM. Really should be the only things I need on this character. And I also really do not want to have to watch all that. Get that out of the way. And that. Okay, perfect. All right, so let me send some gold over there real quick so I can get some bags. That noob. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter how much I send, so I'll just good chunk. Yes, that is somebody I know. That is me. It's like they add 2 new slots every expansion. Perfect. I actually like when the bags are all molded together. I thought that was like something Blizzard's UI did. Bag. Combined bags, yeah. Okay. Wonderful. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay. Sorry, just one moment here. All right, so yeah, like I was saying, now we have our third account finally established. I've been talking about it for so long, but just didn't do it because of whatever reason. But I just needed to kind of like do it. So here's the other thing I need to do. I need to copy everything. Export. And then go to the new account. Import. Hell yeah. Operations. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right, so now we just need to add one more operation. Or I guess we don't even need to add one more. We can just hit that. Moment of truth. Groups, send. Maybe I need to add that noob to my contacts so that TSM doesn't keep giving me these freakouts. How do I add to a contact? I guess I'll just add it as a friend. Maybe that'll help. What's up, fam? All right, we're taking a small break. Gonna do some Papa Shot. Can you see it? Oh, that's too high. That's better. All right, I know it's not gold making, but bear with me. Every once in a while, you gotta just stand up, stretch. Get loose. All right, let me bring that back. Maybe this wasn't a good idea. All right. All right, so we should theoretically have a shit ton of shit here now. Pigments. I didn't want to send the pigments necessarily. So what I'll probably have to do at some point is set up an operation on this side to mail stuff back to Brez if I need to. But for the time being, just manually sending it is fine. I also, let's see here. Flourishing ink has gone down considerably. Oh, I also need to set up my TSM macros. So auctioning, confirming, cancel, post cancel. I think that's all I really need it for. Scroll wheel down, and I don't need to make any modifiers. So now I can scroll wheel through. Wonderful. So that gives me so much more freedom. It's kind of unbelievable. Oh, shit. Just closed out of a game. I don't know which version that was. Raj, my camera's off. Yes, I am aware. I thank you for letting me know, though. Sometimes I turn it off just to engage in some activities that people probably don't want to see. So I just save you the trouble by turning off the camera. Then it's don't got to worry about it at all. Erosium. I see you found that bitrate screen looking sharp AF, buddy. Thank you. Yes, I did up the bitrate, but apparently I was talking to some other people when I first started streaming, and apparently my stream output quality is still technically only 720. And so I don't get why OBS would default have these kind of shitty quality settings. You'd think that they would default to the best quality. So I have to go in and after this stream I'll be able to change the quality output, because it's for recording videos it records in 1080, but it downgrades it to 720 for streaming. So I upped the bitrate, but I just need to upgrade the quality to 1080 next, and then we'll be good. But yes, thank you so much for that tip. And I know you were saying sorry if you were stepping on my toes or whatever, but by all means, I really appreciate any sort of input like that. So I really appreciate it. Yeah, dumb right. Yep, absolutely. 2800 is default. But I can tell now your stream looks so much fucking better. Sweet. Hell yeah. NVENC encoder if it's possible to. Let's see here. Is it the encoder preset that you would choose? Oh, that doesn't look like it. Oh, NVENC. Hardware NVENC H.264. Perfect. Thanks, dog. Yeah, this is right here. Video. So base resolution is 1920, but output scaled. So I don't know why it scales it down to 720, but stupid. No worries, man. I don't share this shit with every just because I like you and I think you could go on. You're gonna be a big creator in time for sure. That's really nice of you to say. Thank you. Got it perfect on the perfect setting. Cool. Ero, you're my guy. I appreciate you, my friend. Bravanza, how you doing? Welcome in. Welcome back. Hope you're having a great day. I, for one, can't watch often if the stream is only 1080 without transcription of Twitch, and that's why 50 megabits downstream. I, for one, can't watch often. What is that? What do you mean that, noob? Maybe I'm just a fucking noob when it comes to this shit, but I have no idea what the hell you just said. Is 1080, like, are you saying is 1080 not a good enough quality for you? You need like 4K? Is 4K your standard? Bravanza, I'm good. Got back from business trip, slept for a day, now back to the gold grind. Hell yeah. That's what's up. Was it a long business trip you had to go on? Or was it a pretty... some streamers put their bitrate up to like 20,000 and it basically makes it unwatchable for people with average or lower internet. Oh. What the... So why would somebody make their bitrate 20,000? Like what is the benefit of that? Like just impeccable quality? Or is that like if people are like... Yeah, I guess I don't know. If Twitch doesn't give you the transcoding, then somehow 1080 is too much for Twitch servers. Send something. Gotcha. Okay. That's crazy. Impeccable quality, but like hardly anyone can see it. That makes sense because I'm pretty convinced. I have glasses, obviously, and I'm pretty convinced that like me looking at something that's like 4K is like useless because I'm convinced that my eyes can't see in 4K. I think is like the general feeling I have. So I'm just going to cancel everything because I'm not going to do auctions on this character anymore. So I'm just getting everything off the auction house currently. Send it all over to my third account so that I have a lot of freedom. So let me click off the pigments. And honestly, the inks too, except for burnished. So, did the atomic recalibrator not get snagged in that? This is in all crafted pets, toys. So it just, yeah, it probably is just bugged. Right on. Let me gonna do live stream myself now, but I hope your stream goes wonderfully. Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Yeah, take care, Rosie. Hopefully your stream goes super well. I'm sure once I'm done, I'll pop in and say what's up. But enjoy your stream. Yeah. So, anyways, now that we've got this character established, I basically have access to all of these characters to do gold making stuff on that I really didn't have access to previously because I had to be logged in on Brez like 24/7 essentially in order to I had to be logged in on Brez 24/7 to constantly be posting my auctions essentially. So getting this third account set up now just gives me complete freedom to do what I need to on this account. So I could go through and start getting all of these characters set up with like the tailoring cooldown if I wanted to, which I probably will do. And then, yeah, I mean, it's also just nice because some of these characters are a little bit more geared. So like I can take them and I could like start having some of these characters do the soul farming instead of these, because then I can start like, you know, sticking this world into, or this character into open world farms again. I could even like kind of get back into posting transmog and whatnot on this character if I wanted to. So yeah, it just gives me a lot more freedom. And like this character now, because I do want to get this character because he's the engineer, or he's one of my one of my engineers. So I want to get him set up so I can start running the mother load potentially for the Mecha Mogul MK12, and also get the geosynchronous world spinner. But I do kind of have to wait, unfortunately, because all these characters have a lot of souls, so I need to even out the souls on them so that I can get all this stuff crafted, and then I can start putting these characters on soul farming. So essentially, long story short, with having this change, it's just going to, I mean, I'm going to have a lot of new shit to work on. So that's kind of exciting. A lot of new, like, gear establishing or profession establishing, that kind of thing I can go through and do. Bravanza, 2 days, 3 flights, and a lot of driving in between. That's a lot of traveling. I can understand why you slept for a day. That's crazy. I've never taken a business trip, but I feel like at least the first few that I'll be on, I'm probably gonna be like super jacked and like psyched about it. Like, fuck yeah, I'm going on I'm taking a trip and I'm not paying for it. But I imagine if you do them quite a bit, it gets pretty tedious eventually. Oops. Ciao. So anyways, to clarify just what I was saying earlier in terms of evening out the souls. So this character has 66 airy and 40 frosty. So I would like to get to like 65 or 66 airy. Probably just 65. I'll have to double check though. It might actually be 66. But whatever number, so that I can submit crafting orders on for to use up the full amount of Aerie souls that I've got. So I need to do that on all the characters that I've been farming souls on, so that I can then start getting some of my other characters to do souls, because that's the end goal, is to get these other characters on souls. So I kind of need to figure out what I'm going to do with some of my other tunes, and I need to figure out what they've got and that kind of thing. So this character does have archaeology, and he's the one. I think it's Tolvir for the Vial of the Sands recipe. What flips have been profitable in the last 2 days? To be totally honest with you, Bravanza, I don't do a whole lot of flipping. You certainly could go through if you wanted to and look at mounts and flip mounts. But I actually generally don't do flipping, so I wouldn't be the best person to ask. But if Palpatine Nips is still in here, he might have a recommendation on what to flip. I think he does a lot of transmog gear, but he's also an A. I don't know if you're on NNA or EU, because obviously if you're EU, things will be different. Raj, yep, that's the one. You can get from Jar. That's right, yeah. It is a jar now that you mention it. So the thing is, it would probably be worth hold on, my dog wants out of the room. It would probably be worth getting alchemy on this character and starting up from the archaeology. My other concern is, because I already looted the Vial of the Sands recipe on this character, if I start working on Tolvir again, am I going to be able to loot the Vial of the Sands recipe again? That's what I don't know. And would like to know. And then my other question would be, is if I do loot the Vial of the Sands recipe, is it soulbound? Probably. Hard to say in a time frame of days for flipping, especially to transmog, because most TMOG doesn't sell in 2 days. Yeah, that's a very good point. I feel like most items that you're flipping or that you can flip is like stuff that doesn't really have a guaranteed sell rate, which I think is kind of what you were saying earlier, Palpatine Nibs, is you're kind of wanting to diversify just because flipping is so unpredictable. I don't know. What do you guys think I could do? I could just do tailoring on this character, and then eventually when I want to do Viola of the Sands recipe, start up archaeology on my rogue since he's got alchemy already. Because like the thing is like I could get alchemy on this character, but there's just no there's not a reason to have alchemy on multiple characters, unless the reason. I don't know. I don't know what to do with the characters. I think I'm gonna have to like think about it for a while. I mean, I think it's a pretty obvious answer to get them set up. I could get them all set up with. Well, that could be an option too. Is get alchemy on all of them to have Dracothist cooldowns. But I don't know. One sec. All right. I'm just gonna send the inks back, or at least the flourishing, blazing, and if I have any serene, brez, flourishing, blazing. Okay, that should be good. Does anybody know if I were to, if I have gotten the Vial of the Sands recipe previously on this character from archaeology, but I unlearned it? If I started doing it again, would I be able to get it again? Because I would hate to like start farming it and then eventually realize I can't get it again on that character. That'd also be kind of insane. I have on all extra alts, engineering and alchemy with transmutation specialist can give you extra mats for living steel and a few others, so you can also craft sack for pet. Which pet? And I assume you're probably doing like Sky Golem cooldowns. This guy's also geared, so he has cooking. Like, I could go for the Izisker Vault Key on this guy, because if I would be able to solo any of those dudes, it'd be this character. But I don't think I have any Vault Keys. Okay. Well, we know we don't need enchanting for any reason, right? I was doing this before. You have from BFA, Baby Krog, some octopus and frog, but I'm not sure of the name. 7-day incubation, and you have a small chance to get a good one. Oh, interesting. Yeah, we don't need enchanting. Other option would be... I don't have any old stuff on this character, do I? No. Okay. Engineering makes a good combo with blacksmithing. For old world professions or dragonflight. Because they use the same mats. Oh, okay. For just in general. Yeah. So that does make sense. But basically, what I'm trying to do is, well, I could go through and I could just get most of these characters, maybe not all of them, but most of them set up with tailoring and alchemy. Because if I did that, then I would have the tailoring cloth cooldowns and the Dracothis cooldowns. But I also want to get some more engineering recipes. Sorry, I'm just trying to think of like my best approach for this. Okay, so I think if I wanted characters to do souls, I'd want them to be able to pretty easily do them. I'm also kind of nervous that maybe some of these characters have professions that I like did. I don't know why it's opening with that. All right, so tailoring. All right, we've already kind of gotten started. And I guess I haven't done... I had a lot of characters with fucking engineering, hey? Okay, unlearn that. I also want to check out that skinning stuff too. There's a lot of things I want to try and look into. The UI's kind of fucked on some of these guys. Yeah, I just don't care. I don't think any of these characters have anything worthwhile, but all right. I know those guys don't have anything. Okay. So these are all basically fresh. Now that some of these characters have like tailoring and whatnot, so getting the knowledge points, all the necessary knowledge points for some of the things I'm wanting to do might be tough, but doable. Okay. So I think what my plan for the next few days is going to be is I think what I really need to do is kind of think about how I want to have my characters set up and like what professions. And so what I mean with that is I want to be able to be as efficient as possible. So if I'm going to like have a character set up that would do something like just like a lot of crafting back to back, then I don't want to have more characters on that same account that have a similar setup where I would be doing a lot of crafting back to back. So with this account that I'm on right now, and I'm logging into, my monk on. This account has my druid. My druid has inscription, which I would do a lot of crafting on potentially. So with that thought, that like it tells me like, okay, you know, I need to be careful in terms of. You know, I don't want to put any professions on any of these characters where I'm going to be doing crafting. So it would be short stuff. So like the alchemy transmute cooldown and the tailoring bolts is like a good option for this character just in that regard. So I think for most of the characters on, again, this account is going to be short cooldowns. Some of them will be doing, or not short cooldown, short crafting. So cooldowns, soul farming on some of them. On this account, currently is a lot of the soul farming. But if I start doing soul farming on this side, that'll free up a lot of time and availability on this account, so that I can potentially level more characters, like spend more time leveling. I can do long-term crafting. Like this character is set up to craft inks. So yeah, those are the types of things that I kind of need to like look into and plan out essentially. So that's going to be kind of my plan of attack. I'm going to be getting this character leveled up to 40 so that I can begin farming. And then this character, by the way, this character was named by Palpatine Nips for on the Twitch side for 3,000 channel points. You can name my next alt. I'm not using these characters because I just want to keep making druids. So this character is almost 40, and then I'm going to start leveling this character, and then I'm going to need a new one. So that's an option. Rui, you like Diet Pepsi? Yeah, if you can't tell, I'm a Diet Pepsi fan. But I'm trying to get out of naming. If you want to troll me, come up with a variation of Diet Pepsi, because I don't do that actually. Because I don't want any more Diet Pepsis. So yeah, that's where we're at. But I do think I'm actually gonna go ahead and kind of call it a night, call it a day with that. So Puma, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub earlier today. Really appreciate you. Corn Dog X followed while I was not live a couple days ago. Thank you for the follow. Foxy Roxley, Jay-Z, Decimate, thank you so much for the follows. Palpatine Nips with the official first channel point redemption. Thank you so much. Anybody on the YouTube side, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for subscribing if you subscribed. Thanks for chatting. We are going to do a raid on our good friend Erosium, if he's live. Oh, he's not live. Okay, I have a different person. We are going to raid another gold maker. So, yes, again, thank you all so much for hanging out and watching today. Don't forget to follow if you haven't already. We'll be live again, probably tomorrow, and hopefully a couple times this coming week. So, yeah, thank you all. We'll talk to you next time. And we're the raid starting here in 5 seconds. All right, take care, my friends. Thank you for watching. We'll see you next time.